We're bringing this week's flight sim news with thanks to SayIntentions. We check out a pocket rocket, a Wolf Fang, a Cape Town, and a brand new old Cessna 172. Hello? Hello. Everybody, happy Wednesday. Welcome to the middle of the week, the halftime show, the midweek shuffle. Welcome to the news. Yes, friends, we have news tonight. It's all the things that, making their way around the campfire for our beloved flight simulators. And we also get to check out some really nice add-ons this evening. A pocket rocket, right? Jesus. Buttons already. Would you just sit down quick? Right? It's all kicking off now. A pocket rocket, right? Anyway, then we're going to be checking out all sorts of cool stuff because iniBuilds have been flat out with development and updates over the last couple of days. And tonight, well, we get to show you some. In particular, we're going to be looking at the pocket rocket, which is published by iniBuilds. It's actually an interesting story. There was a number of folks, developers, flight sim enthusiasts who got together, wanted to build a thing, approached iniBuilds and said, how are you? Will you give us a hand with this? And that's what they did. It's an experimental type aircraft and it does exist. It does exist, and we're going to be checking that one out. Then it's over to somewhere completely different. Out to Antarctica, would you believe, to Wolf Fang. Yes, this airport is due to be released as a freeware airport, and this is going to be a destination of sorts. If you fly out of South Africa, you can ramble over to Antarctica, and they see many flights in the A340. Ooh, so we're going to check it out. A big lump of ice. Yes. Then, friends, we're over to check out Cape Town in South Africa. iniBuilds are a brand new release for a massive scenery, and we're going to be checking that one out. And then, of course, we have the Cessna, or simply called Carenado 172, but it's the 1956 variant. This thing is the one that started off the franchise for Cessna's 172 series aircraft, the most popular or most produced. It has one of these accolades. And then we have a ton of other bits and bobs. There's updates from SayIntentions, there's updates from On Air. There's quite a bit going on, right? Even though it's relatively quiet. Summer holidays, developers kind of, go to the beach. Well, developers stay in the room locked up developing, but the other people go to the beach. That's how it works. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, hope you're all keeping well. Hope you had a great day. What did I do? I wasn't very productive today, lads. I put out a post on Instagram, also known as Instagram. And what else did I do? I was testing and, generally messing. Still no sign of me switch, but I got a text message from Unpost. Expect your delivery tomorrow, Murph, they said. Well, they didn't, but they will, right? So I'm expecting that now tomorrow. And we have a stream planned for tomorrow daytime at 1000 Zulu. We're going to be taking the DC-6 up to Alaska. Ooh, Ted Stevens International, here we come. So it's all happening now, right? And then tomorrow night we're on VATSIM. It's the first time I'm taking the Citation X for the spin on VATSIM. And I'm doing it in 2024. Ooh, right. It's all happening now, lads. It's all happening now. So anyway, how was your day? It wasn't too bad today, right? I mean, weather-wise, it's cold. And then it got up to like 15 degrees. I had to go out and do my stuff earlier on. And I wore like a half jacket. Gibbo loves this jacket I wear. It's like a half jacket, a gilet they call them, right? And oh bloody hell, the biggest mistake I've ever done. I was roasted, standing there wide, too cold for shorts. At least that's what I thought. No, it wasn't. It was fine weather for shorts and a hoodie. Yes, but no, I wore a jacket and I was absolutely roasted. But anyway, we'll get over ourselves, you know. No vertical stream tonight. We're this way only, we're not that way, and that's kind of where we're at now, just for tonight, because it wouldn't make sense. She wouldn't be able to see the screen. As bad as it is now, it'll be worse with that. You know what I mean? But anyway, we'll ramble in here. Look, who's here on this a Wednesday evening? It's getting close to all sorts of dates now, lads, right? We have our Firefly community meetup in Dublin happening in November. Not just for the Fireflies, but anyone in, you know, interested in flight simulation and aviation. That's happening on the 15th of November in Dublin, and there's details over on our Discord all about it, right? I'm going to be there, you know. Gibbo will be there, Muse Fan will be there, Adam Controls will be there, amongst others. So yeah, very much looking forward to that one. What else do we have coming up? It's all busy. We have a big stream on Sunday, Operation Market Garden, the 81st anniversary. Yes, we're flying that one on Sunday, lads. So it's going to be flat out. 3 months till Christmas, right? Christmas is around the corner. Oh, jeez. And where did the year go? It's been a fast year, do you know? But anyway, who's here? Look, that's the wrong button completely. There we go. CP65, you're very welcome aboard. Vacuum is in the house. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce. And Wolfie. If you're new here now, you know, these introductions, they only take about a minute and 50 seconds. Yep. And we'll fly through it, right? Super Typhon, sup? McManster's in the house. Tarnish Mossman. Yeah, baby. Welcome in, buddy. Who else come in here? Eamon 1973. Hello again. Liptorius is here. Mrs. TPHI, who's underneath, upside down. Every time I have to come up with something new. You're very welcome in. Hope you're well. Led Ballooner, good evening. Bell Bro is in the house. Hope you're all ready. This is the 1900 Zulu Newsage with the one and only Van Merv. Wait, what? Good to see you, buddy. Medic 24 Live is in the house. Good to see you, my guy. Commander Balosh is here. Mac Vision, good evening. APU Inspector, good evening. Halfway to the weekend. Yes, we have crossed the halfway line. We're now on the downhill. Brilliant. Where is this now? Toto is here. Time for some newsage, indeed. Martin K, good evening. 61 Tree Studio. Robbie, hello, my dude. Hope you're well. Tess Violet says, made it to Wednesday. Reward yourself with one tasty beverage and proceed to V1. Oh, yeah. Nice one. Good to see you. Stu Snape is here. Good to see you, Stu. Hope you're well. Blinky, welcome aboard. Shuffle Shoes. Shuffles in. Jesus. Hey, John, hope you're well. Spitfire Oriev 100 is here in the chat. Happy Wednesday. Echo Charlie is here. JP Signups is having all sorts of issues with turbulence and crosswinds in the inbuilt career mode. You poor old devil. Are you on Sim Update 3 or are you on the beta? Mick Ham, good evening. Big Carlo is here. Welcome aboard. Stu is watching us for 5 in a row. You absolute ledge. Soaring AJ. AJH, man, hope you're well. Where is this now? There's all sorts of buttons going on. Jesus, look at this then. Medic 24 Live gifting 10 tier 1 subs on a Wednesday night before we even started is the man Bananas. 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That's unbelievable. Medic 24 Live is like slotted into the 3rd position of the monthly generate. What's the word? Wait, hang on. I had this in my head earlier. Generous. No, hang on. What's the shorter word? Generous. There we go. The generosity of generalness. 3rd place he is, look. Thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you got a tier 1 sub, do be sure to say thank you to Medic24 Life. The man is a legend. An absolute legend. Bellbro says 97% loading. What, really? Oh, Jesus, been sitting here for 6 minutes. I want to fly. you'll have to shut it down and start it back up again. Do you know what I mean? Ox Art is here. Good to see you. So not flying out of Locker Airfield, home base of the Pocket Rocket. No, is it? I've considered me learned. TG Sims is here. Death's Angel, good evening from Cape Town. Welcome in, Blue. We're checking out your neck of the woods tonight. Put on the kettle there quick, will you? There's loads of us. But yes, the DC3 of General Aviation. Photos by Kev is here. Good evening, one and all. Computer wiped, Windows 11 Pro installed for a fresh start. I'd way too much crap on the old operating system. Well, aren't they stopping support for Windows 10 in October, I think, isn't it? I think that's when it all kind of, you know... That's right. That's the technical terms. That's what happens. Do you know? Red Baron Flies, good to see you. Hope you're well, buddy. Just bought me the WinWing Ursa Minor and Honeycomb Bravo with Flight Factory's A320 Pro version 2. Well, now isn't he all kitted out now? Great stuff, man. Velo, good to see you. Shunty is here. Hey, Crotty, welcome aboard. It is that of news. It is time for news. Pieman Jim is here. Hammer Nails, welcome aboard. Idle Cut Off. Hi, Murph. Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're well. DK Funfly, good to see you. Super Tie says 16 minutes so far. Well, yeah, I don't listen. Test Pilot says meets for anyone interested in Flight Sim Guinness, Truck Sim Guinness, Farm Sim Guinness, and of course, if you know, Guinness. Yes, that's what it's all about. Norse Viking, good to see you. Big Welsh Matt, how are you, Matt? You're looking well. Sun Jammer is here. So is it broken again? Wait, what's broken again? No, I didn't actually break the vertical stream. I just didn't think it'd be, you know, kind of useful tonight after me changes last night. Yes, insert other words that are way more powerful. Muse Fan is here, bursts in the door with a farmer shirt on. He says how he is, his mad jokes, his happy hump day. Good to see him, Muse. Ao Tak is here, welcome aboard. From where? Seville. Good evening, hope you're well. Sir Camsalot, my dude. AJH man. Where's this now? Commercial customers can buy longer support. Wait, for which? Buttons. Where's this now? 20 minutes now. Oh, Windows 10. Oh, can they? They buy like a new license or something. Max Stallion is here. Welcome aboard. Who else come in the door here now? There's buttons to be pressed, look. Let me say, Northland Air. Happy Wednesday to you, my guy. Black Sheep Gene is here. He says, good day. Any news on the Moza AB6 or the Meridian Tango? No news, but things are happening. And with Meridian, I've no idea. I have no idea when it comes to Meridian. The Moza AB6, that's coming along quite nicely. And we're hoping to see that very, 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 very soon. Very soon. But yes, hope you're well, Gene. Kubi Montana is here. Welcome aboard. Sumner, welcome in. Hello from Naples, Florida. Jeff, good to see you, my guy. Hope you're well. Visualize, happy Wednesday. Pocket Rocket, right? Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Good to see you, buddy. Mutt Dog is here. They're the ones, Jane. Goose, Uniform Goose. Happy Wednesday. Jim Messenger is here. Well, hello, Jim. Hope you're well. Steve Stavros, good evening. Where's this now? Once you get the 3-minute intro out of the way, that's the spirit. JP is here. Good evening. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope everyone's well. I'm not bashing my arm. I hope everyone's well, you know, because, well, there's news, you know, there's news. Where's this now? Schultz, good evening. Devil Fly, you're very welcome aboard. Farmer Shirt, is he calling me a culty again? You address me by my proper title, you little... Brilliant. Oh no, look, Bishop, I've just fallen down the stairs. Right, brilliant. Fantastic. Do you think the AB6 as base only or it's bundled with a stick? I can tell you categorically, it'll be the base with the stick and a desk mount. Ooh, that's what they have marketed it as, Stu. And soon, lads, soon. That's all I can say. But I will say this. Anyone who's familiar with the AB9, where the AB6 comes in, it's a little bit smaller, right? It's a little bit lighter. But where the AB9 had no other function, as in the base has no other function other than you plug it in, you stick the stick onto the sticky part, and then away you go flying. Well, the AB6 has some stuff on it. They've built 2 axes onto the base itself. So technically, well, it's not even technically, this thing can actually be a full HOTAS, technically, because you've throttles on it, right? But pretty cool. Where is this now? Animal House, good to see it. Only want the base and the mount. Yeah, you know. I had pulled pork And mac and cheese last night, Murph. Different kind of ham sweats. Oh, Jesus, hammer nails. Pulled pork and mac and cheese. Bloody hell. I imagine you had to go out for a bit of a walk after that. Right? Do you know? But anyway, shall we ramble over? Old veteran is here. Scott, a very good evening. Yum. All you have to do is mention pulled pork and mac and cheese. Scott will appear. You know, what was that stuff your man used to... Rumpelstiltskin. No, hang on. Rumpelstiltskin. What was his name? Yeah, that was it. You say his name 3 times and he appears, you know. Or in my case, you know, if I ring Gibbo 3 times at tech support, he'll answer. No, he won't. No. Don't say his name. Oh, wait, sorry. Right. Message received. Yes. Beetlejuice. Was it Beetlejuice who did that as well? I think it was. But anyway, buttons. Here we go. This one, yes, and this one. Are you ready now? Ah, yes. Oh, Jesus. Why do I... That's going on very tight lately. No, that's all set up there where we need it. Welcome to the Cessna 172 from Carenado. And, well, as I said, we're going to be checking out this. We're also going to be checking out the airport where we're located, look. Ooh. And we're also going to be checking out the pocket rocket, and we're going to be checking out Wolf Fang. There's a bit of stuff we're going to go through tonight. But we shall start off, as we always do, with the news, right? Now, why is it every time I do a stream, this gadget doesn't work? I don't know. Winkle Gassler, good evening. Why isn't this working? Stupid thing. Right, we're going to close that and then restart it. Sometimes Elgato works, and then sometimes Elgato, you know, doesn't work. Do you ever get that? But yeah, are we going to learn any more about the WinWing announcement about the A320 throttle? Maybe. Maybe not. I mightn't tell you. We will, yes. Oh, Jesus, now there's nothing working. What's going on, Ted? Oh, it's properly shagged now, look. Why isn't that working? I don't have a... Oh, wait! Okay, it's Oh, jeez. I had it and then it lost it. Where is this now? Stevie B, good to see you, buddy. Malky is here. One Fly Air, welcome aboard.
Oh, Jesus.
He goes, I've done a job for someone in Dublin. I finished yesterday. Today I was invited to Croke Park for a tour. And I was sitting up at the NFL game, or they were setting up the NFL game, Pittsburgh Steelers against the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, nice. Jeez, that's going to be some crack, isn't it? Right now it's working. Don't know why it doesn't do that like first time round. Very interesting. Zybok is here. Welcome in. Hello from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary. But yeah, that's a good one now. American football. Fiber Strike is here. Good to see you. Just found out that Robin Murphy won the Agent of the Year for the 5th year in a row. Thanks very much, Viper. I had to work very hard for that, you know. The 172 looks nice. It does. We're going to be checking this one out now shortly. But what we're going to do, we're going to ramble over to the news where we have all our tabs that didn't move. There we go. Here's all our tabs on our screen for tonight. Now, a big shout out to Vasco over at msfsaddons.com, to Callum and the lads at FS Elite, and also to the guys over at Threshold. That's where we have our news for this evening, right? So we're going to start off at the beginning. FlightSim Studios teasing their Super 27 release, and they've also confirmed a new 727-100. They were out with a dev update. As you can see, there's an Embraer sitting there as well. FlightSim Studios, they've released its latest development update outlining progress across several of their projects. The Q3 2025 Status Quo report covers everything from the Super 27 expansion, the 727-100, and also the continued development of the E-Jet series. And they even hinted at the refreshed Technam aircraft, which are actually pretty good, for FlightSim 2024. Now, the long-awaited Super 27 for those 727 aircraft, the introduction of a new EFIS system, brand new autopilot with VNAV and ORNAV. Documentation already been published. Streamers are beginning to preview the aircraft. As a reminder, the expansion requires ownership of the base 727 passenger or freighter, depending on what you have. And the EFIS with the new autopilot is optional, and it's tied to the GNS XLS, while a digital VSI with TCAS will also be used in the base of the expansion when installed. So, great news for the 727 pilots. 727-100 also announced now to be in official development. The plan includes both a dedicated passenger and dedicated freighter version. Convertible models are not planned at this stage, but a Super 27 expansion for the 100 is on the table for a later date. E-Jet series. Now, we saw news of the E-Jets at FlightSim Expo. And FlightSim Studios were showing some of the... It went on for a bit, but basically they were showing what they were working on. And it looks promising, to say the least. So the E-Jet series remains in closed beta, testers helping identify and report any sort of critical issues. Some of the major problems at the moment, it's lateral flight path skipping waypoints, vertical path intermittently dropping to 0, auto throttle oscillations, and the flight directors aren't behaving either. In saying that, they're aware of it and they're working on it, and we can see from the video here just some of the updates that they're working with the
Dreamy,
aircraft.
sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
How are you, Mutley? In particular, when it comes to the avionics, and these are getting a massive update. Long overdue, you might say, because I mean, look, they're a beautiful looking aircraft, but they were very hollow, and this has to be a pain in the face for FlightSim Studios, because their other projects are actually quite good. This has been a bit of a hard one to swallow. But some routing issues during departures have also been resolved, and the current development is focused on lateral and vertical guidance. Navigraph integration is also underway, which FlightSim Studios say it's a complex process, but necessary to reduce errors caused by the default nav data coming from Microsoft FlightSim. On the VNAV front, vertical profiles being calculated and the autopilot is being mapped to follow them, with support for RNAV approaches, step climbs and descent profiles. While functional in test builds, VNAV is not yet enabled in the closed beta to avoid any sort of instability. All right, so they suggest a wider release could be possibly there by the end of the year, right? And what can you do? But the TechNam stuff for the non-airliner pilots, well, their TechNam 2006 and P2012 are also being updated to be native in FlightSim 2024. The improvements will include for the P2006 enhanced 3D modeling and textures, improved flight dynamics, 2024 compatible EFB, and a new walk-around feature. Not really worried about the EFB and the walk-around feature. Enhanced 3D model and textures, that's going to be pretty cool. I mean, the P2006... that always looked good. It was a nice looking machine. The P2012, they're going to improve the sounds, and the same crack with the EFB and a native walk around. P2012 was light in the sounds, so this could be good. Would be cool to be able to integrate my 4-flight charts, says Red Baron, into which no release time yet, and progress depends on other ongoing projects. But it's safe to say they're busy, and they've provided us with their Q3 update as FlightSim Studio are they're busy. They're busy, right? So they're working on multiple projects. Man, that friggin' Embraer, they look class, don't they? The old E-Jets. They're a lovely looking plane. Beautiful. PH Roy is here. How are you, Roy? 18 months, my dude. Murph, do you know if the 2024 TechNam will be free update? Unless I'm going to be proved wrong. Right? Unless I'm proved wrong. And I hope I'm going to be proved wrong. But I don't think FlightSim Studios they don't do free. Considering, the 727 passenger, and then you go off and buy the 727 freighter. I can't remember, was there a discount between the both of them? I don't know, to be honest. Like, some developers will do it for free, and some won't. It all depends on other projects that they have, perhaps. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it's going to take them considerable... There's an eyelash in my glasses. If it's going to take them considerable time to develop these things, well, they have to be compensated for the time, I suppose, YouTube, that, good to see you, buddy. Lifetime 6-speed, really, yeah. Madness. Who else did I forget anyone now? No. Where's this now? What's all this talk about E-Jets? There's enough of that going on. Come on, Jim. Brilliant. Right, moving on. We saw this from Kazaki Flyer over in our Discord, and now Vasco has it live as well. Airplane Heaven, they're teasing the de Havilland Mosquito. Ooh. Now, these lads are flat out because they're actually working on a B-25. We learned of that news last week, right? However, we can now see early renders of what is the de Havilland Mosquito. This is an aircraft I absolutely adored. It was a great movie I watched as a kid, Mosquito Squadron. I've built the Mosquito with, Airfix back in the day. It's just a cool looking machine. And I think, anyone who has DCS, if they have the module for the Mosquito, they all agree it's an excellent aircraft, super high speed, very powerful, just a class looking machine. Well, Airplane Heaven has revealed its newest project with a brief post. We seem to have a mosquito problem. There's a handful of work in progress screenshots. That's all it took to confirm what many had hoped. The developer is bringing the legendary de Havilland Mosquito into Microsoft Flight Simulator. So as we mentioned, yes, they are working on a B-25, but the screenshots that we can see here, they're early renders, right? There's no texture work in. This is purely modeling. Bit of the interior looks to be done, right? And the interior looks really good, doesn't it? Mosquito is an incredible airplane. It really, really is. Like, put it this way, if you like flying in the what's the gadget? The what's the name of that? Oh Jesus! What was the one the Flying Iron did? The name has just completely escaped me. It's a twin engine. The P-38. Well done, lads. Very similar. Very similar. But yeah, the Mosquito is just a class-looking machine. And I don't know if there's many of these left flying. I think there's only a handful of these left flying, I think, in the world today. So yeah, looking forward to this. Mosquito, one of the most versatile aircraft in the Second World War. It served as a fast bomber, night fighter, reconnaissance, and even a pathfinder for the heavy bombers. For now, details remain scarce. Airplane Heaven hasn't disclosed which Mosquito marks are planned. I think it was 12 marks, wasn't there? And it all depends how development goes. And the screenshots suggest that the modelling phase is well underway. Systems, flight dynamics, and additional features remain under wraps. Yeah, the Mosquito is such an awesome aircraft. Very much so. One of my favourite World War II aircrafts is Goblin Zeus. Made from plywood. What? Really? In a box, man. Good to see you. How are we doing? Good to see you, Mr. Dan. Welcome aboard. Red Baron says, I just don't trust Airplane Heaven. Well, I got to say, I mean, the Lancaster was a very, very strong release. I thought they did an exceptional job with the Lancaster. And we could probably argue, yeah, sure, they've been working on it for 5 or 6 years. But I still think they did an excellent job with the Lancaster. So, you know, they're flat out with projects now. You know, the Lancaster just released, a B-25 announced, and also now a Mosquito. Great stuff. Great stuff. Norcal Sar, you're very welcome aboard. Happy Wednesday, buddy. Hope you're well. So that's interesting news there from Airplane Heaven. I'm very excited to see a Mosquito. Oh, Jesus, I'd love to fly a Mosquito in the sim. Moving on, AzurPoly. Well, they've shared some development updates on their upcoming Dassault Rafale. I always pronounce it wrong. I call it what I call it, right? But anyway, AzurPoly, a couple of updates in relation to the systems. The majority of the remaining work involves developing the unique systems for the aircraft. The systems have been entirely created from scratch due to their specific, their technical. All right. The exterior model didn't receive a significant update about the exterior model. However, AzurPoly noted they're really happy with how it's turning out. They also stated that the level of detail for the aircraft has been enhanced even further than what they achieved with the Jag. Now, just to kind of pull up the handbrake, the Bronco, one of the finest modelled aircraft in the sim. Then we saw the Jag. And the Jaguar, absolutely stunning. And we've seen the updates carry over now to the Transall, and now we have this coming. It's very, very exciting time for the jets. When it comes to the interior, cockpit modelling and texturing have progressed significantly since the last development update. And as a result, AzurPoly have begun sharing interior screenshots. However, they state this could be subject to change. 2020 compatibility remains uncertain, with AzurPoly noting that 2024 presents significantly better options overall, including enhanced visuals and performance. Nonetheless, port to 2020, it's still very much a possibility. Perseverance Scenery Developers, good to see you. You're currently working on a Doncaster Sheffield Airport. Nice, man, nice. I think with this aircraft and a handful of others, AzurPoly, I mean, like they have the official stamp from Dassault. I mean, they have, go ahead, make our stuff, and they're looking really, really good. In terms of releasing for FlightSim 2020, I was looking at the Navigraph results from last year, just to, you know, where since the was it September? Oh, no, couldn't have been. When did they post that? Hang on. Navigraph. I was only looking at this earlier on, and I said, Jesus, I wonder, where is this now? I wonder when the changes are going to be done, right? Where is this now? Because it's all, Navigraph are going to be exploding onto the scene very soon, lads, because they have their pilot academy on the way, right? Which is, it's going to be friggin' huge, right? It's going to be huge. So, where was this update? Oh yeah, so the Flight Sim community, this is done in April, right? There's Buttons, Ewald, thank you very much for your 35 months. Lunar Jets, thank you very much for your 4 months. Cheers, fellas. Thank you very, very much indeed. Very kind of you. But yeah, the Pilot Academy thing. But the Navigraph Flight Sim Community Survey, do you know the way they do this every year? And I was reading back through it, and to see what some of the, the results that came out were by, they were saying, okay, what are people using most when it comes to simulators? And yes, Flight Sim 2024, about 20%, 50% were still on 2020. X-Plane got a bit of an increase, and P3D kind of fell off the map. Now, when we were listening to Microsoft on their official dev streams, Jorg was saying, they're seeing more and more usage. They were saying the career mode at the time is the most popular. Don't think that's the case now. I could be wrong. I just think half the parish went jump back into 2020. But now that, as we can see, Flight Sim 2024 getting better and better and better. Yes, there's still bugs. Of course there are. But the platform itself is getting better. I think more people are starting to spend more time in Flight Sim 2024. So you kind of tweak that back to a developer, and they're saying, should we be doing this for 2020? What are your thoughts on it, lads? I mean, do you think it's very important for developers to keep developing on both platforms? Bearing in mind, Microsoft, they said they're going to stand by Flight Sim 2020. They're going to keep supporting it until such a time, but they won't. You know what I mean? And for to base that, on what originally was released, that platform should still be good to go for another 4.5 years. 10 years is what they said. Now, whether or not 2020 gets supported there, who knows? Hi, Gibbo, good to see you. Never like it when someone explodes onto the scene. Terribly messy. Norris Viking says, yes, both should be on both platforms. Aviator Apollo, good to see you. Any news on the Learjet 45? Just Flight? No, I've no update from Just Flight just yet. Just Flight? Just yet. No news yet. But I've honestly moved almost fully to 2024, except if I ever want to fly PMDG, says Lunar Jets. JP Signup say, yes, I say this should continue. Many people are not ready for the bigger rigs. Yeah, I don't know. Like, having 2 sims is grand, but my own personal opinion is this. I still use Flight Sim 2020 primarily for the airliners, and I don't have half the WASM issues, right? And until that's kind of sorted, well, I'm happy enough using 2 sims. Well, 3 sims if you include X-Plane. However, once those issues are sorted and we have the things like flow and chase plane and all the usual kind of creature comforts, it's going to be a very hard sell for me to say, right, we're going to fire up 2020 now and do this. You know what I mean? Because I think the way 2024 is, despite any kind of issues you might be having, it loads fast, it looks great, and depending on your internet connection, I still think it is tremendously handy. The fact that you can actually keep all your add-ons in the freaking cloud. And it's even better now because the ones that you use all the time, we should just download them and keep them local. With the best of both worlds there, you know what I mean? Ox says, I only mod in 2020 as the resync aircraft feature in SDK and fly in 2024. Yeah. Again, they still have most of the aircraft locked down, which is what were they thinking? They've effectively shut out or closed out an entire third-party mod community. You know what I mean? Malky says, from a dev's perspective, I bet it's a right pain to have to develop for both 2020 and 2024. Yeah, I'd say so. Aviator says, I flight the upgraded planes in 24. I was flying it a lot. And then I tried 2020 again. What a relief that was. Everything worked as it should. Currently, I fly 24 only for the graphics, the A350, and for VFR. Scott says, I'm torn for saving money. I'm thinking about getting an Xbox X for the cadets to be able to use Microsoft Flight Sim and teach aviation stuff with them. What are others' thoughts? My honest opinion right now, and this has been the case for some time, the experience I think you're going to have on an Xbox console versus a PC is going to be lesser. right? At least that's the way it is at the moment. The amount of add-ons and, hardware limitations that you have on Xbox. Now, another interesting thing, Gimbo brought it up on our Discord the other day. It was linked to a YouTube video, a fella talking about what Microsoft might be doing in terms of hardware. And of course, we know the rumor, Microsoft Flight Sim might be going over to PlayStation. If you were to look at the costs of consoles right now, even the Xbox X, they're increasing prices. The prices are going up for consoles. Scott, maybe there's other options if you're not necessarily in need of any of the peripheral stuff, right? If you just want to teach like weather and, the basics, well, I would look at cloud gaming. In particular, the NVIDIA one, that looks to be very strong versus what Microsoft have. And I thought it was mad because even Microsoft gave out or shouted out that other cloud service. It wasn't Steam, was it? It was GeForce, I think. I was like, wait, what? Hemel is here. Good to see you. But yeah, very interesting discussions. It's an interesting one, Scott. It's an interesting one. But anyway, great news here from AzurPoly. I mean, I'm a huge fan of what AzurPoly are doing. Their aircraft lads are absolutely savage. So it's great to see this. Now, here's an interesting one. CJ Simulations. You might have heard of these before. They made a phenomenal Eurofighter, and they also made a very good Raphael as well, right? Well, they've announced the Global 7500. You say, huh? So Bombardier, their Global 7500 is a big business jet, and it's been announced by the developer of CJ Simulations. Well, they're working on one, and we have a couple of pictures here showcasing early development, which is pretty cool. Metz, good man yourself. Metz has the news. Hang on now. If I wait to show these pictures, well, you can see them here. They're early renders, so I wouldn't be expecting wow and ooh and ah, right? Aaron CJ, just a subsidiary of DC. No, Muse, you're thinking of SC, I think. I think it's SC you're thinking of. These guys, I think, have been around the block for a while. I think. I could be wrong now. But I know SC Design, they brought out the F-16 and stuff. I don't think they had anything to do with DC Design. CJ is his brother. Are we sure? Was it not... I thought SC Simulation... SC Design, sorry, is what I knew. I know about SC, but I thought CJ was part 2. I don't know. That's interesting. Speaking of DC Designs, I saw that they put out a video today about the Concorde, just how to fly it. But I think it needs a lot of work, AC is DC's brother. Photos by Kev has cleared up the discussion. Some dude who does train sim stuff is also doing a global. Jay, is he? CJ has nothing to do with DC. Yeah, that was my thinking, Mets. Yeah. All right, okay. Anyway, doesn't matter, not really. Here's a picture of it in the flesh. Ooh, hide my face. Ooh, look at that. That's a big one, isn't it? It's not far off a CRJ, lads. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So, this is all on the way for us now. Mr. Minimite says, I use a Series X. It's not too bad. The graphics are an obvious step down from PC, but it's currently usable for GA. It struggles once you introduce airliners and big airports. Definitely be making the switch to PC. Yeah, 100%. That's pretty cool looking. We've no release date, but it was a post over on the forums. Completion is primarily tied to the quite extensive internal avionics developed with close attention from the official manuals. In this case, they're going to be following the GL6000 FCOM since we don't have access to the 7500 itself. And the avionics have been in development for the past 8 months. 3D model, they've acquired a fairly accurate commercial version. As previous models, it'll only serve as the base, and they're going to correct their own 3D stuff here and there. No talk of the sounds yet, but great news, another business jet. Bring out the business jets. It's great to see more and more of these coming into the sim now because they're class. They really, really are. We've seen it already with the release of, go all the way back, we had the Honda Jet. You've seen the working title update on the C4J, was it? The C750 is out. Awesome aircraft. Cockspur were there with their Mustang. Pardon me, and also their Phenom. FS Reborn are working on a Phenom. Just Flight are working on a Learjet 45. There's a lot of cool stuff on the way, so I very much welcome this. Also, Flight Effects, let's not forget they're working on other aircraft as well in the business lineup, and also an ERJ 145. So they're going to be flat out busy as well. Now, iniBuilds have published this aircraft. It's the Impulse 100 Pocket Rocket. Brilliant, right? We're going to be showing the case in this one tonight. The Impulse 100 is a turbine-powered speedster that promises a mix of high performance and compact design. It's priced at £11.99 and available now over on the iniBuilds store. On paper, the Pocket Rocket is exactly what the name suggests. It's a small airplane with lots of power. It runs on the Allison 250C20 turbine engine. I thought it was a PT6. Complete with custom engine simulation. That means ITT peaks during startup, hot starts, and even the risk of an engine fire if you're not paying attention. Piku, good to see you. iniBuilds say the flight model has been tuned for speed and agility, making it equally suited for quick low-level runs or more deliberate flights where you want to explore its system's depth. High-fidelity 3D modelling with 4K textures, 6 liveries, full animation, working circuit breakers, rain effects, exhaust details, all the jazz, and it's an aircraft we're going to be checking out live on the stream here tonight. We'll play a bit of music here. Actually, I can't. I keep getting in trouble. You two keep giving out to me. We'll play the video. And we'll see what happens here now. And I'll play. This needs something kind of lively, doesn't it? Yes, Murph, it needs something lively. I'll find something. Oh, this could work. Right, we'll do one of these buttons. Play and press. Now, this thing needs to go on FlightSim. I mean, it just does, right? This needs to find its way onto a FlightSim flight because, you know, you're going to get speed constraints in a small tail dragger. Isn't it mad looking? So the Impulse 100, we're going to be checking this one out tonight live on the stream, and you know, it's nicknamed the Pocket Rocket. Absolute mad machine. But it's available now, and it also has a fully working G1000 in there. It's pretty cool, right? The speed of this is mad, so we're going to have a look at this in a little bit. Now, staying with iniBuilds, they've updated their A300 today, the Dash 600, and recently issued an update for the A300. I think Jamie's flying it tonight, fixing a wide range of issues, including stutter mitigation, animation fixes, and more. This is a plane I really want to kind of chomp my teeth into. Update 1.0.5 mitigates a stutter with lights on, fixes the cargo door animation, restores the standby compass, and addresses several other minor bugs and visual glitches. Furthermore, they have also added the official Lido charts accompanying the new platform. The complete changelog as follows. Well, there's quite a bit there. That's it, right? So iniBuilds absolutely flat out. So if you already own it, it's a free update. If you don't own it, you can pick up the aircraft now over in the iniBuilds store. It's about $60 give or take. But a cool machine is the A300. So something that I'll have to kind of jump into and figure out how to fly it. Yeah, right. Strap21 is here. Good to see you, buddy. Old Veteran says, yeah, I'm just looking at something to teach kids about aeronautics and the physics of flying. We'll just be using GA and smaller airports. Actually, may try to use the Naval Air Station and some other local airports. Yeah, work with that and sporty flight classes. That could work. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Good stuff, Scott. So yes, iniBuilds updates the A330 600 and freighter, man. Absolutely gorgeous. So great to see that from iniBuilds. And staying with iniBuilds, well, we also have a new airport. Cape Town Premium has been released for FlightSim 2024. Cape Town International, South Africa's second busiest airport, acting as a major hub for both international and domestic routes, not to mention general aviation. It has, Atlantic Aviation, has one of them, Signature Aviation, and a whole load of heli ports in and around it as well. It sees a diverse mix of traffic and pretty much from huge destinations worldwide. iniBuilds Cape Town features highly detailed modelling, handmade custom ground textures, 180 plus handcrafted models, vehicles and objects, accurate terminal and apron layouts, details such as the decals, barriers, vegetation, bespoke lighting, and even comes with an official GSX profile. Static aircraft as well are included, and they've also provided a 12-metre DEM terrain mesh covering the Cape Peninsula, including Table Mountain and the surrounding area. Now, I wonder, it's not necessarily a landmark or a landmarks add-on. Yes, you get the airport. They've also included a lift, the view lift, if you like, up to the top of Table Mountain. We're going to be checking this one out in a while. I wonder, is it compatible with Orbex? Because I remember they did do a landmarks scenery pack for Cape Town, which was quite nice. It included all the sceneries and all the jazz. We're going to be checking this one out live, and this is what the new mesh looks like. Look at that, lads. Isn't that incredible looking? Isn't that incredible? That's like, we'll see it in the flesh here now in a moment. But great stuff from iniBuilds. This is available right now. It's priced at £17.99 over on the iniBuilds store. And they're also running a new Cape Town destination sale over on their store. You can pick up some of their major hubs for as much as 15% off up until October 1st. So, we're going to be checking out that airport now in a moment. Nutty Slack, good to see you. Now, iniBuilds, staying with iniBuilds, they're flat out this week. They've also announced Wolf Fang freeware. We're going to be checking this one out tonight. iniBuilds have announced that Wolf Fang Alpha Tango 908, one of the most remote airstrips in the world, it'll soon be released as a free add-on for Microsoft FlightSim 2024. It's located deep within Antarctica. Wolf's Fang serves as a seasonal gateway for expeditions and research teams. Think of your A400, think of the upcoming A340, even think of maybe a DC-6. It's operated by White Desert. The unique airstrip is carved directly into glacial ice, and it offers simmers a chance to tackle one of the most extreme destinations on the planet. Definitely be interesting with the upcoming release of the A340. The scenery will deliver a full recreation of the aerodrome, complete with its mile-long ice runway, bespoke snow and ice textures featuring footprints and vehicle tracks, custom objects such as camps, tents, vehicles and static aircraft, and it has all accurate lighting as well. Turboprop DC-3s, did you see them? They're the turboprops. So them turboprop DC-3s, I'm not aware of anyone else, but isn't it Balder? Is it Balder? I think they're up in Wisconsin, near Oshkosh. These are the guys who convert DC-3s and they put on these beautiful turboprop engines. I could be wrong, but I think they're the only ones who do it. Balser, that's the one. Hangar Studios, good to see you, buddy. But yeah, this is going to be a free airport, lads. Don't expect, terminals. You're in freaking Antarctica, right? Don't be saying Balder too much now. Just Balser. Basler is the name. There we go. I got there eventually. We're checking out this scenery tonight as well. And it's free. That's awesome, right? Now, TDS Sim have been very busy with their updates for the GTN XI suite for both Microsoft Flight Sim and over in X-Plane. Now, I tend to use the PMS 50 GTN 750 in Microsoft Flight Sim only because it has a couple of extra bells and whistles. There's an autopilot module on it and so on. However, I do use the TDS software over in X-Plane, and that is a one-to-one replica of what you'd get from the real Garmin unit. In fact, when you download it, you have to download the Garmin official trainers, which is basically the software that makes you learn how to use these avionics. Well, TDS Sim have been busy working on updates. By the way, if you are in X-Plane, the TDS GTN XI system can actually get nav data updates from Navigraph. And they can do it in Microsoft Flight Sim as well. That is huge news. To be able to get, nav data updated on Garmin devices through Navigraph, because, well, it is Jeppesen, but it's huge news, right? But anyway, it offers a couple of different bug fixes for Microsoft Flight Sim. Version has been updated to 1.3.03. addresses the METAR requests not working, and bug fixes are in there as well with the G3X integration and so on. And then the default Robinson now features it as standard. On the other hand, X-Plane version also getting an update, 1.007. It also fixes the METAR requests that are not working due to a file format, but they've stated on both internal changes for upcoming feature. Now, I've no idea what that feature might be. On X-Plane, I would love to hope it's going to be the weather engine or the weather radar system. Microsoft Flight Sim, I've no idea what it might be. But anyway, it's good news anywhere from TDS. They've been busy, and if you don't own them already, it's a one-off purchase, $76 each, either for Microsoft Flight Simulator or for X-Plane. And it gives you access then to the GTN XI 750 or 650 units, and most aircraft, it's pretty much plug and play. But they, you know, the PMS 50 thing is a little bit cheaper, and I'm happy enough with that on Microsoft Flight Sim. But on X-Plane, where I use TDS, like, it is so accurate. It has all the glides, all the Garmin stuff is on it. Do you know what I mean? It'd be interesting to see if we can get some of the other Garmin features in there, especially when it comes to weather. That remains to be seen. But yeah, there's all new bezels added and all this. Great stuff on them. So moving on, Volanta has received an update, Volanta Flight Tracker. And this one owned by Orbex, by the way. Some of the enhancements include new icons for aircraft. They have a CRJ5, an A4, A7, B1, B105. Well, the list goes on here, include the F406, nice, SR22. They're all little updates that you'll see tracking on the map. Other updates include adjustments to how plugins are run to prevent FlightSim X and P3D sometimes for crashing. The removal of SimConnect installation prompts for Microsoft Flight Sim in 2024 users. It's no longer required with the new plugin, and updates to the map as it was taking a long time to zoom in and zoom out. The flight path chart and playback have also been fixed as it wasn't showing for new positions. That's interesting now. Removal of SimConnect installation. So how are they talking to the sim? That's interesting. You can download Volanta for free, and they do have the the fancy one as well you can pay for, but it's very good as a free flight tracking one, you know. That's due to a court injunction. Wait, what? SimConnect? No idea. Chris Van Halen, good to see you, buddy. Mr. TPHI, welcome in. What's this now? Those planes are based at our local airport during summer. I'll put a video on your Discord. Ooh, nice. They're in Oshawa, the DC-3s, they are at Mr. TPHI's airport. Nice. They're the turbo ones now, are they? Nice. Moving on, WinWing. We're going to talk hardware for the moment. They've introduced the EFIS control panels for the Boeing 737 NG and MAX, developed in collaboration with PMDG themselves. Now, this is just a class looking bit of equipment, right? I use the Airbus one, the FCU, and use something like MobiFlight or SPAD, it'll work with any aircraft. So, like, you know, it's pretty nice. However, the Boeing one is just, oh, look at this. And now they have the two EFIS panels as well. This is on me Christmas list for sure. They've been busy building a complete Boeing glare shield ecosystem, and the latest edition has now become available, or it's becoming available. The 3N PDC and 3M PDC, the compact pieces of hardware, replicate the EFIS control panels you would find sitting on top of the glare shield of a 737 flight deck. They also come in two flavours, one based on the 737 Next Gen and one on the 737 MAX. According to WinWing's announcement, it includes a dedicated VSD button and uses a D-Dent style rain selector, and the 3M PDC, by contrast, doesn't have VSD, and its rain selector is smooth D-Dent free. The subtle shift matches the layouts of the respected aircraft types. There's some neat attention to detail here. For instance, the CTR button is physically blocked when the mode selector is set to PLN or plan, just like in the real aircraft. The minimum selector is split into two independent knobs with its reset button standing alone. And the package also includes both captain and first officer glare shields, so you can swap either or, right? Now, that all sounds wonderful. The good news is the panels were developed in collaboration with PMDG, meaning that they're going to be natively compatible with the 737 series. right out of the box. They'll also work with other supported aircraft like PMDG's 777, the default 74 and 78, and iFly's 737 MAX, amongst others. Each unit plugs into its own via USB connection, and if you happen to own the PAP autopilot panel or the PAP 3 mag, the backlighting will sync your cockpit environment through the WinWing Sim app software. Price-wise, the panels come in at around $87.50 each, or you can buy a combo pack for both of them for $175. The WinWing are cautious that regional sites may list slightly different prices due to exchange rates. Global shipping is available, but regional stores are handling things as pre-orders for now. It's pretty cool looking, and when we look at the next article, it kind of, you know, it hits a home run in terms of what direction WinWing are going, right? These are very much, I won't say cockpit builders. They kind of are, right? But, you know, if you're going to be flying in a Boeing, you want this stuff. If you're going to fly an Airbus, well, you're going to want their Airbus stuff. If you're mad and you want both, well, you're going to end up with a whole lot of hardware, which, you know, there's a market for. But I think a lot of us are probably in that boat where we're thinking, you know, look, I've no room for all of this stuff. I want something that can, you know, tick all the boxes, right? That's my take in it anyway. But it does look good, doesn't it? I need to get that. I want that sitting there in front of me, you know, just to look at it now. I couldn't tell you what it does. But staying with WinWing, they've set September 26th launch for the new Ursa Minor Airbus-style throttles. Now, these are the guys we saw at the FS Expo, and class-looking bits of stuff. WinWing further expanding its range of Airbus-inspired cockpit hardware for FlightSim. The Chinese manufacturer now pulled the curtain back on two long-teased pieces of hardware that have been floating around ever since FS Weekend and, of course, at FS Expo. The Ursa Minor 32 throttle metal and the 32 pack metal are now officially available, giving simmers new entry points into the world of full metal airliner throttles without the sky-high prices that usually come with the territory, which is absolutely incredible. They first previewed this back in March of 2025 when they pitched it as a new series of affordable yet high-quality flight sim peripherals. What we saw then was more of a prototype stage, a throttle with airline-style D-dents, backlighting and matching panel for things like spoilers and flaps. The details were vague, but the promise was clear. It's a more accessible way to get airliner-style controls into your home cockpit. Look at the state of this gear here. And like, they had these on the desks at FlightSim Expo. You know, you can get up and move it around, and when you compare what WinWing are working on here versus what Thrustmaster released already with their, whatever they called it, FCA Captain's Pack or whatever it was, right? They're plastic. Like, I remember Gibbo bought them and he was not impressed by it. He was just like, no, Murph, it's too plastically. It's you know, he didn't like it. This, on the other hand, I mean, you know, for the Airbus captains, they would absolutely love this. They would absolutely love it. It's built metal construction, and it's great to see this happening. Other hardware developers are probably, you know, especially the old school guys, like Virtual Fly. Oh, they still have the name of, you know, quality and everything else, but bloody hell, the price of their equipment, you can't now reasonably consider buying their hardware when there's so many alternatives at a much lower price. Like, I'm not talking, it's 100 or 200 quid cheaper. It's like 600 or 700 euros cheaper for the same thing, and it works. What? We saw it with Realsim Gear with their panels. Like, what's going on there? You know what I mean? So this is very good to see. You know, WinWing and probably Moza as well. They're kind of the Ryanairs of the Southwest getting leashed or released out into the world of aviation to hammer down prices and make things more accessible for us, right? Kind of the analogy. But this is very exciting to see this coming from WinWing. And so the main twin lever throttle unit, the Ursa Minor 32 throttle metal, built around a metal core and D-dent system, WinWing claims 6 discrete D-dents to replicate real-world thrust ranges, along with a vibration module, so the little motors in there, like what you'd find on your Xbox controller, only a little bit better maybe, and that's to provide some tactile feedback. The D-dents are mapped not just for thrust, but also transitions like flaps and speed brakes, giving it some crossover functionality. The Ursa Minor 32 pack metal, a companion module that handles the peripheral axis like flaps and spoilers. Well, the unit shares the same metal build quality and reportedly includes the same logic continuity in its D-dents. Both devices also feature backlighting tied to simulator events, which WinWing says adds another layer of realism. Of course it is, all your lights are working together. WinWing will officially launch this on September 26th at 10 a.m. That's UTC plus 8. And according to the company, both products will be available for global shipping in limited stock, with pre-orders opening on regional sites. Prices? I don't have prices, but very, very exciting stuff here. Isn't it? Isn't it like to think this sort of hardware? Didn't they give us the price at Expo? I think like these are in like I want to say the price are between $600 and $800. I could be wrong. But interesting. WinWing certainly don't seem to be kind of tackling anything from general aviation kind of stuff. You know, I kind of see Moza doing more there. Do you know what I mean? But it's great to see this stuff, lads. It really is. Now, Virtual Design 3D Bilbao has been released for X-Plane 12. Virtual Design 3D have released Bilbao International Airport, Lima Echo Bravo Bravo for X-Plane 12, popular Spanish destination on the north of the continent. Features highly detailed, realistic rendition of Bilbao Airport, highly detailed terminals, surrounding buildings, animated jetways, and unique texturing, accurate markings, custom runways, taxi lines, ground detailing, the whole shebang. And I gotta say, it actually looks pretty. The lighting, absolutely stunning. We've flown into Bilbao a couple of times in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it never fails to disappoint. It's a beautiful, beautiful airport. And it's not terribly big, like, but it's just a nice airport. This one here, an X-Plane, well, it looks the job, doesn't it? It looks very pretty indeed. And, well, it's now available. You can pick it up now over on the xplane.org store, priced at $19.90, which, you know, put it back into old money. It's about 17 quid. Papa Justify, welcome in. That's pretty cool looking, actually. I'm impressed with that. I do be always terrified when I see videos coming out on X-Plane. Sometimes they nail it, sometimes they don't. Unless you're like, you know, Thomas Rasmussen or QA Pilot. That actually looks pretty good. That does look pretty good. No interior. Well, is there an interior? There is an interior. You can see people walking around and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Ooh. Very pretty. So, X-Plane pilots rejoice. Tolis, sticking with X-Plane, Tolis have announced the Airbus A320 CEO release date. We've seen a couple of content creators showcasing this off over the last few days. Coming to X-Plane 12 next Friday as an expansion package, the CEO edition is now on the way. First launched in the mid-1980s and entering service with Air France in 1988, the A320 CEO was revolutionary for introducing all-digital fly-by-wire controls to the airline market. The family grew to include the 318, the 19, and of course the 321, and it became a workhorse for airlines across the globe. The Tolis A320 CEO will come with both the CFM and the IAE A5 power plants and will require the base package of the Tolis A320neo in order to work. Tolis has not yet confirmed which platforms it'll release on just yet, but going by some past launches, you should see it on the xplane.org.store, Aerosoft and SimMarket, and so on. This expansion is going to be priced at $29.95, and that's huge news from Tolis. Don't forget, lads, Tolis, who are an X-Plane developer, do have the official pat on the back from Airbus, and they're also working with Aerosoft on an upcoming aircraft as well. So that's pretty cool. Now, over to On Air, because they have their dev update has been put out, and they've done something pretty cool here. On Air, there's so many things with On Air. You know, be it that you want to go lone pilot, you know, you want to do virtual airline or build up your empire, or you just want to, you know, get into factories and have this kind of I keep referring it to, like, you know, a tycoon game, right? Industry tycoon. But that's what it is, effectively, right? Well, what they've done now is they've added a brand new route database with it's live at Flight Radar 24's APIs, which means it now knows of all the airlines that are added, it now knows where they fly, what time they fly at, and that's if they're going to fly anything at all. And you can access all of these from inside On Air itself, because you can go in and say, hey, I want to fly for that airline, or I will fly for that airline, but they're going to, you know, sub it out to us. It's all the business side you can get into. It's an update that's important. The route database now runs on the latest Flight Radar 24 APIs, giving access to more accurate and up-to-date routes. The flights are even closer to real-world operations than ever before. And On Air have also introduced UI improvements based on the feedback of the community, making the interface clearer and more practical to use. And if your favorite airline is missing, simply open a ticket, drop a support to On Air, and they'll have a look at their next synchronization when Flight Radar updates theirs. They've also made a couple of other changes. They've added a list display for aircraft in the live operations map. They've added a scoring exception for the piston and turbine Duke taxi lights because there was a bit of an issue. They've added a warning at on-air startup if communication through port 11,000 seems faulty. That was stopping a couple of folks from using it. Allowed attachment of industries encyclopedia, factory detail, goods inventory, and my contracts pages, so you can move stuff around. They've enabled the setup of input and output columns in dispatch hubs, or hubs, and on and on. There's been lots of updates from On Air, and there's a lot more coming. On Air Company is doing absolutely incredible stuff. It is that of a career add-on for your flight sim. It works with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, 2024. It works in P3D. It works in X-Plane, and you can also link it through its API over to the world of SayIntentions, which gives you such an incredible experience. And that's what I tend to do twice a week, you know. PS Miranda, they already have decent tutorials out there on their website. I didn't necessarily feel the need. But yeah, if you guys want a deep dive some night, we sit down and we'll start it from the beginning, get everyone set up. I'd be more than happy to do that. But they do have pretty good tutorials on their website, on the YouTube as well, you know. Tarnish says, will the Mosquito be on Just Flight or Orbex? If it's Airplane Heaven, they'll probably release it first through their own, and then you'll probably see it on Just Flight, I would think. Probably all of them, Tarnish. Probably all of them. Now, moving over to SayIntentions. We touched on this a couple of weeks ago. Vasco covered the story here over on msfsaddons.com. And effectively what we have, they're bringing their AI-driven checklists to FlightSim with the new updated checklists. And we had a look at this. But what's pretty cool about this is, following the same philosophy that drives AI-powered ATC systems, well, the team have now introduced Checklist version 2. It's a voice-driven AI-assisted system that reads, responds, and can even manipulate your aircraft in real time. Most checklist utilities in the sim world have relied on pre-recorded voices or scripted responses. You give the right cue, the co-pilot answers. And that's about it. Functional and often fun, but hardly flexible. Checklist version 2 flips that model on its head. Everything is AI generated on the fly. SayIntentions saying that the co-pilot sounds natural, responds to whatever phrase you throw at them, and crucially, can actually interact with the aircraft. Tell them to set your altimeter to 299 or 2, they'll go off and they'll do it. Run the before start checklist, you're going to get a dynamic call-out sequence, and we've heard that already. There's 3 ways in which we can run our flows. We can flow checklists, which quickly reads out with no response required. Challenge response, so you call it, they read it, you have to confirm it. So for example, I'm like, give me the before engine start list. Yeah, sure, okay, battery on. And then it waits until you press the switch and say, check. All right. Or you have full automation. That's where your co-pilot runs the entire procedure, flipping switches through your simulator variables. This could make things very interesting down the line. And because each item can be tagged individually, you can even build a hybrid checklist that fits your exact routine. Pretty cool, right? Flipper Ally, good to see you. Newfoundland is here. Welcome in, buddy. Checklist 2 also comes with a checklist tuner. That's where things get interesting because you can create your own custom checklists. You can import a PDF and watch AI parse that into a structured, editable checklist. And by that import, the PDF import, you can literally grab it from the aircraft's pilot operating handbook, and SayIntentions will read it and build it into it. You can share and clone checklists throughout the community. You can export your own checklist that you created back into a PDF and print it off and, do all these things. And as you would expect, the checklist tie directly into the SayIntentions ecosystem. That means placeholders like frequencies, squawk codes, or altimeter settings, well, they can be read directly from your last ATC interaction. So it's currently in alpha, available to partner tiered members right now, but they will be rolling this out. But it is very good. I would like that after they read it, highlights the area so you can find where you're supposed to find the stuff. Yeah. Oh, what you mean, Scott? As in the co-pilot will show you where it is, that kind of thing, is it? But that's not all now from SayIntentions. They've added new stuff here, right? And I thought this was cool. your little kind of pilot identification badge, but they're doing lots of work in the background when it comes to your pilot logs, your flight logs. Where did you fly from? You know, how many hours have you spent? Where did you go? What did you do? And that's already available through your pilot portal. And the other stuff that they have here, for example, I mean, this is where you can go in and file your own flight plan, right? And you can get a talking to SimBrief. You can actually file your flight plan to SayIntentions directly from SimBrief if you'd like, or you can do it this from here, and then you can file it over across. But you can also then type in a VFR flight plan if you want, and that just limits any sort of weirdness that you might have. If you tell SayIntentions prior to your flight, hey, this is my flight, this is my aircraft, the type, this is my altitude, this is where I'm going to be flying airspeed, this is where I'm flying from to, that's my alternate VFR, you don't need one, what equipment I have on board, the route, and any comments. For example, a comment could be to SayIntentions, well, I'm a student pilot, require additional patience from ATC. File the flight plan, it goes directly into SayIntentions, and then their ATC will follow that, which is very, very good. But not only that, because you have the flight log, all of these flight logs are saved. Every flight that you've done, the flight ID, the aircraft you flew, where you flew from, and all the jazz, you can go in and look at it in a map, right? Yeah, that's where I did that flight. But you can also then go off and report this if you found that there was an issue. Look at the communications log. So when you click on this, it now shows you the full log of what happened during your flight. This is what ATC said to you. This is what you said to ATC, and so on and so forth. So this is like, you can play this back.
Upper traffic, November 235, Romeo Mike. Piper Comanche, we are 4 miles inbound runway 21, full stop. Holbrook.
That was me.
November 235, Romeo Mike. November 2.
He's very robotic, isn't he?
Romeo. November 235, Romeo Mike, descend and maintain 8500 feet.
So, like, for example, I can now go back to the team and say, lads, here's me flight number. At this time, your man sounded like he was Mr. Roboto.
November 235, Romeo Mike.
Know what I mean?
Airport at your 12 o'clock, 17 miles. Change to advisory frequency approved. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR. Take care.
Don't you mean adversary, old boy? So that's all happening with SayIntentions, right? Also, was using poor phraseology. Yeah, like it's not there to replace anything, Scott. And that's the thing, because I've said to them as well, like, lads, can you not get can you not get it to a stage whereby you're able to sit your friggin' your PPL and do this, or your FAA exams? It's maybe in time, but for what it's trying to do to provide a realistic not necessarily 1,000% accurate, but a realistic experience whereby you now have to talk and listen and all this sort of stuff. They're doing a really good job. But the fact, this is important because anyone I speak to, when we talk about SayIntentions, and I'm always blown away by the capabilities and the direction that they're going with it. But if I were to ask anyone, lads, what's the biggest bugbear that you have with SayIntentions? And they'll always come back and say, sometimes I didn't get it right. The phrasing was wrong, or it asked me to do something stupid, which happens, right? But these are the tools in which that you have to go back to SayIntentions and say, hey, look, can you go in and have a look at this, please? And then they go in and they'll have a look and they say, yeah, we know what caused that. You know what I mean? The Highwayman, good to see you. On Arf, welcome aboard. Cheers for the follow, buddy. Now, we're not finished yet with SayIntentions because this is huge news. So, Pocket Sky, we all know about Pocket Sky, right? The little app that you can put on your phone or put on your iPad. It monitors your flight. There's flight tracking in there. You can go back through all your communications. You can change your frequencies. You can look up airports and get all the information, which is rather awesome, right? Well, they've only gone and done something absolutely mad. And I need to show you this. Also, oh, by the way, I nearly forgot about this. Also, India Fox Echo have an update coming in the next day or so for the F-14. Couple of fixes, couple of tweaks, added basic implementation of some radar stuff here, and a couple of texture fixes, and also they've put in a couple of new liveries. So India Fox Echo, the F-14, that update should be live before our group flight on Friday night. Just in case you need it. Now, 1 second here now. Deadly! Hangar Studios, I got that. That's awesome, man. Right, now, where's this? I wanted to go into this because this is important, friends. So, straight from SayIntentions Discord, Take notes like a pro with scratchpad. It's a brand new feature coming to the Pocket Sky app from SayIntentions. So our team built scratchpad because, well, their team wanted scratchpad. It's a simple and easy way to handwrite clearances or any other formats on your phone or tablet. No computer needed, no juggling, no nothing. You can now grab this. So I assumed it wasn't posted on the Discord earlier. Should probably read before posting. You're grand, Muse. Abdul, welcome in. So I was showing this off on Garmin Pilot over the last couple of days, and I said, isn't it so handy that you can just like type in or write stuff in? Now, I'm unsure if this is available. Will it work with your pencil, for example? But I imagine it will. And they've built it. Now, there's probably other stuff we can throw into there. But this is absolutely brilliant. Consider this. If you want to have like writing apps on your iPad, they're like 40 quid or something. They're ridiculous. They're a silly price. This is all going to be part of Pocket Sky, so you can actually use this now to write down your ATC stuff. You're going to keep Greta very handy because you're no longer using paper. Brilliant! And this is a feature, it's live now. I think they're just waiting on an Apple update so for you to see this. So if you have Pocket Sky, make sure it's updated and you will see a brand new area called Scratchpad. This is a feature that we've been waiting to get into Navigraph for friggin' ages. Now, okay, pain is of one app, next app. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter though. At least with Pocket Sky now you have it. And with the Pocket Sky app, as I said, you can look at your flight, the route, you can look at all the communications, what frequencies are online, and so on. So it's not just for Apple. You can get it on Android as well, Scott. So don't worry. It's SayIntentions is available on Apple and Android. So yeah, great stuff. And this is hot off the shelf, friends. Absolutely great stuff. So as I say, like people ask, Murph, what's can you get Pocket Sky in a real tablet? Yeah. I have Pocket Sky on my iPad, sure. And on my phone. I'm going to bash in my hand. I have it on my phone as well. And it's very, very good. But like, people ask me, Murph, what's the story when it comes to, is it going to be beyond ATC or is it going to be with SayIntentions? I think either product, it depends what you're looking for. For me, SayIntentions does far more than just, providing AI ATC and a bit of traffic injection. It goes way beyond that. Because you have things like Scratchpad, because you have things like SkyOps, Skynet, which is still been working on, like it's just, they continue to do incredible things. So that's pretty cool that's on the way out there now. Update pending for Apple iOS, should be less than 24 hours. Scratchpad will be available to Pocket Sky users, and if you haven't got Pocket Sky already, go grab it because it is available for the SayIntentions premium subscribers. So pretty cool there. Right, now, how are we all getting on with that, lads? It's time to check out some stuff. And a big shout out to MuseFan. Thank you for the F14 update, and to everyone who helps me with the articles during the week. Murph, here's a bit of news for you. I do appreciate it, lads, because, well, it's our thing. We want to make sure we're all on the same hymn sheet when we're looking at add-ons and stuff. All right. So here we are now with a new release. I'm sure some
dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Thanks for that. Hans Gruber, good to see you. Here we are with a brand new aircraft, but it's a brand new old aircraft representing that of the original Cessna 172. It wasn't even called a Skyhawk back then, right? So, Carenado wasted no time turning yesterday's or last week's news into a brand new launch of an aircraft, and this here we have is the Cessna 172. 1956 is when these things started rolling out of the line. Now, Carenado aircraft, we're going to have a look at this, right? Because they need no introduction when it comes to the visuals. They make visually stunning aircraft. They just do, right? This is priced in the marketplace for $14.99. $14.99, right? So, what does it do and how does it do it? Well, let's go in and have a look. I will remove all our before flight stuff because you can see the usual crack and you can click these in the walk around mode. You have your engine intake covers, you have chocks, you have a rain cover, and we should have a pitot flag here somewhere. Although, that's a bug. It doesn't seem to be... Right now. I imagine that should be red. Or maybe that opens automatically with the air hitting it. Jesus, now, hang on. Is that what that is? the air opens it. That's absolutely mad, isn't it? It does have a stall horn on it, or stall horn on it rather. But yeah, looking at the aircraft, isn't it beautiful? It comes with a ton of different liveries, but the detailing is absolutely savage. As I say, Carenado make beautiful, beautiful looking airplanes. All right. So yes, what we're looking at here, well, the visuals, you know, textures, modeling, the use of PBR, the dirt and grime, the wear and tear, everything here from Carenado, they're always at a very high standard, and they have their dynamic tail registrations working as well. Speaking of the tail, you'll notice it's quite a different tail assembly than what we're used to when it comes to a Cessna 172. It just is. It's quite a straight leading edge onto your horizontal stabilizer, right? And then also, there's no windows in the back. So it's the early model of the 172. So there's a bit of uniqueness to this, which I kind of like, right? And that's just from the exterior. It gets even more interesting when we jump inside it, right? But as we can see, look, there's plenty of stuff here now. Those aerials, even the antennas, is that correct? Maybe it is. I do know on the Skyhawk, they actually go the other way. They go out the back, don't they? Nice tie-down areas here. We do have a little checker plate on the back. Let's see what this says. Carenado serial number, and that's all they have. Interesting. It's literally a 170. They bolted a nose wheel to it. Yeah, it kind of looks like that, doesn't it? But again, it's beautiful looking. Not much in here, and they've modeled the engine, fair play to them. But there's not much in here. It's a small little engine, right? But it's very pretty. Very, very pretty. So we're going to jump inside and wait to see the interior. It's absolutely gorgeous, look. Right, jump in here now so we can see. Look at the state of this, friends. This thing is straight out of, I don't know where, but it looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Look at the yokes. Absolutely stunning. Now we do have options. If we open up the EFB, we can go in and actually change some of the avionics in this thing. Let me see, Cessna 172. So we have the option of using a GNS 430, or you can get rid of them, or can you? No, we can go TDS or PMS 650. So, all right. You can also have a variant. There's two variants. One has the wheel pans, one doesn't have the wheel pans. And as I say, it comes with nice liveries as well. But a bit of familiarization around. Let me see here now. So the yokes, very unique, and like there's great detail on the yoke. Look, because they have the electrical cable gone into them as well, which moves, and it's all animated. Look at that, beautiful. This is where things get interesting, because if we look at all our different controls down here, for instance, yeah, mixture, we're used to switches like that. What about the like the likes of the battery and the starter and all this kind of stuff? Master, pull on. What's this? Well, that's our power gun in. That's our master switch, right? You have a primer, avionics. They're all pull switches. So like they're basically, for want of a better word, giant circuit breakers, right? They're inline circuit breakers. So the switch in itself becomes the circuit breaker. Which it's an old design, it's pretty cool. What else do we have here? Cylinder head temperature, exhaust gas temperature, that's all cool. We can fly this thing on network. We have some beautiful old steam gauges stuff. Safe flight indicator, stall warning. That'll make noises and shout at us. We have a GTN 650 thrown in for the crack. And then it's just like, look at the detailing. Look at that, isn't that stunning? It's beautiful. The texturing in this aircraft is absolutely savage, lads. It's just beautiful. So what we're going to do, let's get some sounds in here. And let's try and start this machine up here, shall we? So let me see here now. So we have starter, we have cabin air, cabin heat, beacon light pull on, nav light pull on. We do have a primer. So our mixture's already pushed in. Where's my throttle? There's my throttle. So we'll prime it. No electronic fuel pump. Some panel lighting down the bottom here as well. Alrighty. Mag switch, right, left, both. And then we'll go for a start. So we'll open the window. Look at the old window animation, look. Ah, brilliant. Bloody hell, the wind out here. Calm that down there now, Jemima, will you? Oh, gee. Oh, it's not windy, it's just the noise of outside. Jesus, that's loud. Right, Jemima, let's be having you clear prop and starter. I forgot something important. What did I forget? Oh, the mixture, you muffet. Right, we'll try that again. Look at all the things shaking, rattling and rolling, look. Clear prop. Gorgeous. Right, let's get our avionics on. Close the window. Autopilot master switch. And we'll also get our transponder on here as well if we wanted to fly this. Landing lights, go ahead, put them on. Mixture's good. Stern is good. That's good. That's good. Carb heat, cabin heat. Actually, here's be a good test to do. So as we let this unit kind of warm up, we're going to increase the RPM. Not too bad sounds. Sounds pretty good. Right, 1800 on the RPM. And we'll do a mag test here, so make sure these are all working. So onto the left mag, there's a drop. Back to both. Right mag, there's a drop. Back to both. And if we try now our carb heat, we should get the same drop. Yeah. And back to both. So they've actually behaved themselves when it comes to the modelling. It looks the job, right? Let's hop out and have a now listen to the sounds. The sounds are not bad at all, lads. They're not bad at all, right? So while we're here, well, why don't we take it out for a little bit of a jaunt here, shall we, right? So we're on the ground here at Cape Town, and we'll come back and check out the airport now in a moment. We'll taxi straight ahead. Sounds are pretty good, right? There's also a map light over here, look. And as we're taxiing, let's check her out at night time. Can't see a shagging thing outside. Jesus, they need to do something with the landing lights. They are on, aren't they? They are on. So the landing lights, I mean, they're all right, but like, you'd have more use holding a friggin' torch. You know what I mean? I've no... How do we turn off those lights now? Hang on. Aha. Just pulled the fuse, that gets rid of those. I imagine there's a way to mess with these. Aha. It's decent, right? Decent lighting. Make a daytime Murph. There we are. Alright, let's see what happens. We should have loads of runway here. It's a huge airport. Alright, quick taxi, let's go here. Decent sounds, speed alive. That's miles per hour now. 70, oopsie daisy. Positive rate of climb. Alright. A new bar was set with the Echo 19 sounds? Yes. This is still pretty good though. Nice hum. What do you think of it, lad? It's very pretty, isn't it? Very pretty. The old age of aviation. Now, it wouldn't be a Carenado aircraft without a couple of issues. The issues that I found is just the wheels, that's all. There's funny textures on the wheels, on the tyres. They kind of spin at a different kind of speed than everything else. But apart from that, it's a very good release. $14.99, lads. So anyone who was thinking, you know, should they? I think you should. One antenna should work for both if you have one receiver. Ooh, looks like a 152. Jamaican runner, good to see it. So it's the 1956 version of Cessna's 172. This is before they even became a Skyhawk or even the Skyhawk 2 later on in the 70s. Full flaps. Let's see what this does. Look at the friggin' barn doors on that, look. Jesus. That's mad looking, Ted, isn't it? 56 was a good year. I gotta say, you big old flaps. I gotta say, I like it. I really like this. I think Carenado have done a great job with this. The proper barn doors. They're friggin' huge. Easy now, as we try and land this with an external camera. There we go. So you kind of see the textures, what I mean, on the wheels. They seem to be okay-ish there, but like I think when you move slow, they look a bit mad. You kind of see that there now. So if I bring it down to almost like a stop, and we just start rolling forward slowly. See that weirdness? You guys see that? I don't know, is that a frame gen thing or what, but there's definitely a weirdness, right? Wheels are too shiny, yeah. There's like some sort of a texture issue. But it's a little beautiful plane. 15 quid. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right, we'll abandon ship and let's go check out this airport from iniBuilds. Ooh. Mixture. Avionics. Turn it all off. Thanks off. There we go. Oh, yes! Right, all is safe. Most of us don't have to watch from the outside like that. 100%. So that is the Cessna 172 from Carenado. And I gotta say, lads, it's very, very nice. For 15 bucks, it's very, very nice indeed. Very, very nice indeed. So, moving on, iniBuilds Cape Town is a brand new release from iniBuilds. Hand-made ground textures, crisp bespoke textures, true-to-life airport landside recreation, custom ground decals, accurately modelled and positioned dynamic airport lighting, over 180 handcrafted items on this, up-to-date airport layout, official GSX profile, LOD optimizer for every model ensuring best performance, uses the latest 2024 SDK, bespoke taxiway signage, and the list goes on and on and on. Let's go exploring, shall we? It's friggin' massive, this place, right? There's your bespoke taxiway signage. It's the little details, little details. So let's just kind of get an idea of the scale here, right? Because it's huge. So they have the DSV building at the very, very start, because it's a huge part of the airport anyway, right? Cape Town, massive. And this is the entire area of where the airport is, right? And what's cool about it, as I say, I mean, look, the details, they have the textures on the runway, on the taxiways, they have all the taxiway markings, and some of the smaller details, windsock, weathersock, all that's there. The lighting, we'll have a look at that now in a moment, but all our other little instruments here as well. It's just, there's detail here, lads. It's fantastic, right? But if you ramble on over and we have a look at some of the different buildings here, right? My plane is making noises. So we're down at the just all the different support buildings and services and all the sort of jazz at the back of DSV, right? Car models look absolutely class as well, don't they? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And more DSV buildings follow on the road coming in. There's a ton of smaller than or smaller buildings then as well, and like, they have all the official kind of decals and stuff in the buildings here, right? Grindrod Logistics, right? But they also then have all the little helicopter bases. As I said, signature supporter here, or signature flight support. So here's the FBO if you're flying in your jets. Look, pretty cool, right? And look at that backdrop behind you. It's all brand new mesh that they've included here as well. Airlink. Are they an FBO Airlink? Are they? Then you have all the helicopter places. There's tons of them. I didn't know there was not this many. But I imagine they're busy with tours, but you'd also have then emergency services and so on and so forth. THG are in here. Tons and tons, right? Even the entryway coming into here. Look at the detail, look. Isn't it class, right?
Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome in. Max Interlandi. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome aboard, buddy. Absolute Aviation. True turnkey for Africa. Cessna building.
Oh, Jesus.
So you can actually go exploring here. Look. 4 aviators, base 4. Right. Court. Ultimax Aviation. All for choppers and all this kind of stuff, right? Fly Cape. So all the different, all the helipads, look. All the different operators and, of course, emergency services and whatnot. And one of 2 towers. Shunk. Towers are fully modelled, right? And what's pretty cool about this is the screens aren't fully static. They actually change over after a few seconds. It just kind of adds, it's just something that'll catch your eye. See that? It's just something that'll catch your eye thinking, oh, hang on. There's something moving on that screen. Pretty cool, right? But great detail inside in the control tower. And like loads of little bits and bobs here. It looks the part, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And a great vantage point. Looking out all over the place. So this is the main control tower. Then over the fire station, we have another tower. There's 3 towers here. So here's your fire station tower, but I don't think they've modelled the interior of that. That's just purely, that's where your fire station is, right? Which is there. And then you have another one. I think this is the old tower, which is located just in here. And again, they've done the interior. It's real nice. Really, really nice. Looks like something that Jeff would have done. Yeah, no, they've done incredible work here. This is a beautiful, beautiful scenery. Got our fuel depots down here. What else do we have? That's before we even get, like, to the airport. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is all just, like, the service stuff. Tons of hangars, tons of, what's this now? Lovetofly.co.ca. Alright. Hangarage, loads of hangars. Loads of service vehicles. Into all the different car parks. Got a hotel there. More car parking. And all the service, all the rent-a-car stations are out there. Right? There's absolutely tons of stuff here, lads. Tons and tons of stuff to be exploring. And it's done very, very well. So if you ramble up here towards the main terminal, and again, the modelling work here is done. It's just incredible. Look at this. Like, it's... iniBuilds do incredible stuff, don't they? Look at that. Look at the state of that, look. Where's the bar, right? So we'll ramble on in. All the signage is there, look. Right? Part of the Hunter. Coffee subscription. Like, it's just cool. I love airports like this that you can go in and actually go exploring in them. You know what I mean? If you've never been there before, you can actually go exploring, which is class. Do you know I'm getting screen tearing? How am I getting screen tearing? High frame rates. That's why we're getting screen tearing. For the bus, tickets, all this kind of stuff. That's all car parking. Goes on for friggin' ages on that side of the terminal, right? So we'll ramble into the main area itself. Shugunk. And there's tons of detail in here. So it's all modelled. Chair or escalators, travelators and all that kind of stuff. All the different destinations, look. Addis Ababa, Luanda, Istanbul, Dubai, Heathrow. Isn't it mad, isn't it? So Max Stallion says it's so accurate. Pretty cool looking. Right, up the stairs into the main area. It's a big, big terminal, isn't it? It's done really well. All the check-in desks. And we've out here to the gates. Isn't it class? It's huge. I never thought it was this big. It's massive. We'll pop out the way. We can go further down. Look, that just gives you an idea of the scale, lads. Look. Isn't it only brilliant? It's friggin' huge. And there's more and more and more. And even the jetways. Jetways are class looking. We can go in and buy, you know, stuff. Sunglasses. Yes. What can we buy in here now, look? Interesting. Is there not a pint of Guinness anywhere? No. Hang on, we'll find the bar. Where's the bar? Right out. Surely there's a bar. Should be good in VR. Yeah. The grill house. Now we're talking. A grilled steak for $29. One, please. What else do we have? It's just cool. You can go exploring. What's up here now? VIP area, maybe? Maybe. Right? And it just goes on and on. Isn't it class? Coming down the way then, we've more cargo buildings. We have more support buildings. What's down this? Here's DHL. It's just done very, very well. Now, let's check out the old night lighting, shall we? Dish. Ooh. Look at that. This is Sim Update 3, by the way. Wait till you see the lighting changes in Sim Update 4. Oh, wow. Look at the lighting there, look. Jesus, look at that. That is superb. Hang on a second. Can we make it rain and really show the place off? Sometimes you're lucky. Sometimes you're not lucky. Why does it never work? Whenever they try to do it, it never works. Negative on the rain textures. Oh well. Well, we get the idea, right? Close that now, Murph. Press buttons. There we go. We get the idea, right? Isn't that... Look at the lighting, though. Isn't that incredible, isn't it? Look at that. That's savage. Details on the friggin' jetways as well. That's class. Now, in fairness, I'm looking at two jetways there. I'm wondering, is GSX overriding the beautiful work of iniBuilds? I think it is. I'd say it is. Although, no, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. No, never mind. They're the jetways. The internal lighting is done really well. Isn't it class, isn't it? But that's not all, right? So yeah, we have the airport and it's done very, very well. But there's something absolutely class up here, look. Let it be nighttime, or let it be daytime. if you come all the way over towards Table Mountain, look. And again, look, you've loads of more details in and around the airport, look. There's just details all over the shop. There's details on top of details. But if you ramble, where's Table? Come on down this way. Because as I said, Orbex did something absolutely deadly when they did their Landmark series, right? And they populated all the buildings. This is all like it's like general kind of buildings, right? No, it's dual level on most jetways. Yeah, it's mad. But they've updated the place with new mesh, right? And what that has done, lads, what that has done, well, they've made this place absolutely brilliant. For instance, right? For instance, I mean, you know, you want to view somewhere, right? So down my camera now, cam all this down, right? So imagine you get like a bus out to here or something, do you know? Right, slow my camera down. Is it working? It is. Right. So you can imagine now if this was your viewpoint. Like, bloody hell, lads. Look at that for a view. Look at the state. Make it a bit more convincing here, look. I'm after bashing me hand. Jesus. Up there now. Isn't that stunning? It's just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But that's not all. You see, you have the mountains in absolutely incredible detail. And the cable cars, not only are they modelled, but they work. You can actually get into them and they'll bring you all the way up to there. It's insane. It's insane. So, well, let's go up there. You thought the view was good back there. Wait and see what happens up here, look. And now. And look what the mesh does. Look at, it's class, like. I'm up here now.
Oh, Jesus.
Isn't that only deadly, isn't it? Isn't it only deadly? Right, we'll continue. On up here, look. We're nearly there. Jesus. Look at the state of this. So that's where the cable cars go to. You go as far as here, and then there's a lovely shop up here, look. The shop at the top. But then you have this sort of jiggery pokery. Like, I mean, could you imagine having your dinner, right, sitting somewhere like this, you know, at the latter part of the day, with this sort of stuff going on in your face?
Jesus.
Could you imagine that? Even just loading up the sim and sitting here to look at, you know, a sunset. Isn't that incredible? It's absolutely stunning what they've done. It's absolutely stunning. With that mesh has really added to the experience here. And as I said, I mean, look where you are, like. On top of Table Mountain. It's absolutely gorgeous. And like to get a proper bird's eye view looking down over Cape Town, like, isn't that absolutely superb looking? I mean, look at that. This is Killswitch's hometown? No way, buddy. Doesn't it look nice? Isn't it gorgeous, lads? It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a fantastic scenery, and iniBuilds have included this as part of it. It's absolutely class. So, massive shout out to iniBuilds. They've done a great job here. You can pick up Cape Town from iniBuilds. It's available right now. And what else? The carts, or the Travelator guys, they actually have lights on them as well. Look, we'll show you. It's available now for £14.99.
That's a big 10
Look at this, look.
buddy.
And not deadly, isn't it? Hey, Barley, 54 months, man. Cheers. Thank you very much. Hope you're well, buddy. iniBuilds absolutely smashed it with this, lads. They just have. It is stunning. The night lighting, everything, the mesh, the whole shebang. They've done an incredible job. So well done to iniBuilds. Absolute great bunch of lads. And now we're going to do something completely different. While we're here, I'm going to show you this upcoming freeware airport, right? Down in Antarctica somewhere. What are we, 1898, wasn't it? Alpha Tango 9 or 8. Wolf Fang's Runway, right? Brendan Coyle, your hometown too? No way, man. Right, zoom in here now. And we're not going to do any flying here, but I just want to show you. And you can just kind of picture yourselves now in, whatchamacallit? We'll go daytime. Picture yourself flying into here, and something like the A400 maybe after a really long haul, or of course when the A340 is released. Just like, oh, you're in the middle of nowhere. But it's nice, right? C130 even, yes, hammer nails. Great idea. Great idea. Great shout with that one. That'd be class. Right, let this load in, and just to give you an idea, it's just one of these kind of weird, very odd locations you can, you'll be able to fly when this is released, right? And they're going to release this as freeware, which is class. So, come on, Sim, you can do it. There we go. So let's have a look at this now. Same aircraft again. No, you'd never get a Cessna out here. We know that. But, right, jump in there now fairly lively. And then jump out again. Right. So this is the location, right? This is Wolf Fang, or Wolf's Fang, right? Antarctica's ultimate ice strip. Fly to one of the most extreme and remote destinations in the world. It's an ice runway, right? And it's a whole lot of white out here. It absolutely is, right? But there's details. And you might be saying, what's the story with the time of day, Murph? It's accurate. I'll show you now in a second. So we're way off in the distance. We got our beautiful DC-3s, right? And they are the new turbine variants of them. Look at that. It's kind of sacrilege, but at least the big massive boys are still flying. Do you know what I mean? Flight Radar has a video of an A340 flying out here. Do they? Wow, nice. Ah, the good LDC-3. So that's down one end of the runway. And you might say, well, sure, what else is here? Not much. There's a signpost, right? So, Jesus now. Which way camp is 132 clicks that way? The port is 422 that way. Cape Town is 4,212 kilometers that way. White Desert is the name of the company. That's the one. That's the one. Right? And this is the scenery around. Like, there's nothing out here, right? There is nothing out here. 1 week vacation starts at $100,000. What? As in, they'll bring you out here for vacation. What are you supposed to do out here, look? You know, snowmobile, brilliant. That's actually done really well, isn't it? What else are here? They do what? They have tents and like a little camp and stuff. Where are we going now? Hang on. There it is. Over here, look. Where's the bar? My thoughts exactly. So way over here, they have a little camp. Right? And it's nicely done. I mean, look at it. It's as I said, you're not going to get much. White desert, so different cabins and stuff. 172 would take a whole day. Whole day. It's pretty cool, isn't it? But it's the fact that it's a glamping. Yeah. It's the fact that it's a new destination to be able to travel to. You know what I mean? And like, look at this. It's all custom textures and stuff. It's done really well. And it's for free. Like, I mean, we can't give out about that. But this is where it starts getting interesting, right? So our runway. That's our runway there in front of us. And you might say, yeah, loads of space. And it is. It's a huge runway. It's an ice runway, right? But if we bring the time of day down a bit, and it's the brightness here for this time of the year, they actually get a lot of sunshine here. Like, this sort of crack here now, look, right? Just bring it down enough. There we go. So that's your lighting, right? No poppies or any of that jazz. So you have to try and park your machine down on that there ice runway. Mad, right? There's some pretty high-end igloo-looking contraptions. Ooh. Like, that's your runway, lads. So you can imagine the challenge of actually trying to get a friggin' airliner into this. An A340, like, you're getting an airliner into this. And there are your runway lights. Isn't that just bananas, right? And what I do like about here as well, if we do something like this, I mean, the sky, right? Right? I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. And you're completely in the wilderness. There's nothing out here, you know. Don't want to be locking the brakes up on this. Absolutely. And depending on the time of year in which you're out here, so this is September, right? If we go to something like March, March only has not even January, I'd say. There's no nighttime in January. It's round the clock sun. Round the clock sun in January. Look. Isn't that absolutely nuts? However, go to something like July. Daylight will start at just after 9 o'clock. And it's nighttime again by about 10 to 3 in the afternoon. And deadly, isn't it? So it's a very, very interesting neck of the woods, definitely. And it's free, but it's pretty cool. And you're miles away from friggin' anything. So even the navigation trying to get you in here is going to be a challenge. You know what I mean? There we have it. So, I don't know, was this released yet, was it? Wolf Fang is the name of it, or Wolf's Fang, Antarctica's ultimate ice strip. It's going to be a free download and it's coming soon. All right. Experience one of the most remote runways on Earth, and you'll be able to fly the A340 from Cape Town across the Southern Ocean out to here. Mad. Absolutely bananas. Right. Moving on. Gotta watch out for the polar bears, I'm telling you. So, for our last bit here tonight, we're going to check out another aircraft. It's a pocket rocket. And I'll show you what the crack is. Where's the runway? It's down there. Where? The white bit. The white bit. What livery was I going for? This one. This is a mad looking machine. But it's the power and the speed of this is what terrifies me, right? I head back up to Sillets Bay. This is a nice spot here the other day. And we're sticking on live time and live weather for the crack. Right. So the Impulse 100, the pocket rocket, developed by a talented and highly experienced team within the flight sim community, and it's published by iniBuilds. The aircraft brings incredible speed, agile handling, and compact yet powerful design to your hands. The pocket rocket lives up to its name, small in size but delivering big on power. An Allison 250 C20R turbo engine. Huh? Right? Hang on. We'll jump in here now and, like, you know, just collect our thoughts for a moment. So this here is the pocket rocket. Now I remember this. I remember Cat Strater flying this years ago on FlightSim. This is the sort of thing you want to take for a spin on FlightSim because it's absolutely friggin' nuts. Now, despite its looks, you might be thinking this is going to be like extremely maneuverable, and it's not really. Apart from the power, this handles as a general aviation aircraft would handle. Okay, it can do insane speeds, but generally its flight characteristics, they're relatively tame considering the look of it. It looks like it's some sort of a acrobatic aircraft when really it's not, right? It's actually quite a stable airplane provided you stay within the envelope when it comes to your power settings. It is an experimental aircraft, but it's just class. It's just class, right? So, iniBuilds store, this, you can pick this up now. It's priced at $11.99, right? And well, they've actually done a fair bit of coding with this aircraft. It's more than just here's a little airplane model and away you go, right? There's tons of little details on this. I mean, savage details on this. It's pretty cool, right? There's a texture issue. See, I found a thing. We may report that back to the lads. What else we have? There was a static port over there. Wheel pants are there. Like, look at that absolute friggin' monstrosity. Like, look at that. Like, Jesus. Right? So I think it's only fair that we, you know, give it a bash and fly. What do you reckon? Accept the liveries could be better. Maybe. But, like, you know, it comes with its own liveries, but folks are going to be painting this up. You know what I mean? It takes Jet A. Folks are going to have their own liveries on this. Already reported delivery work. Oh, have you? That'll do. Right. Welcome to this mad cockpit place, right? It is a little bit dark, but we'll close down the windows here now. And lock it. So what do we have in here? It's a little bit dark, but what do we have in here? So we have our throttle, we have a prop, and we have our fuel control, which is effectively your condition lever. All right? All right, that'll do. Keep our prop on. We do have a fully functional Garmin G1000. Our circuit breakers work, right? So if you want to get down to your circuit breakers, yes, they all work. Nice. And that's kind of it. That's kind of it. There's nothing much else in here apart from your Sparco seats. There's oxygen behind you, not modelled. And then we have, you know, a bag and an extinguisher. So, how do we start it up? Battery. Igniter. What are these now? That's hot air, cold air. Instrument lighting and all the jazz. Have I gotten up on top? There's two little spotlights here, so we can turn those guys on in a second. Let's see here now. So generator, leave it off at the moment. Battery select, avionics, igniter. Fuel pump, cabin lights can come up. Come out of the way, you. There we go. Fuel select is on both. G1000, everything looks tickety-boo here. And you'll start this as you would with a turboprop. So nav, beacon, panel lights, bring them on. And how to find your little starter, it's located in here. Ooh. So we're going to start her up. Alright, monitor NG. Make sure she's out of beta. Fuel in. What did we forget, Murph? Fuel tank both. Do we have fuel? That didn't sound like she was firing up, did it? Friend to all, good to see you. This is 24. A pink livery would be awesome. Right? I try that again. Do we have fuel in this? We have fuel. Let's try it again. Turn on the igniter, you muppet. Fuel! There we go. We got there in the end. Right, watch our IGT. It'll peak at... Peak 7 odd. Okay. One down here. Igniter auto. Avionics on. Gen on. Heater heat on. Alright. Massive screen avionics is class, isn't it? It's loud. It's very loud. Okay, so far so good. Now, this is where the thing gets very frightening. Off the brakes. Lots of flaps. And some air in here. Oh, hang a right. Easy now. Mind your buttons, Merv. And she's saying the cabin's too hot, but that's okay. We'll figure out that one now in a minute. Look at the size of the friggin' prop on this. Jesus. It has engine damage modelled. It does. Ryan says, Microsoft Flight Sim just announced on the PlayStation 5 State or Play. Where'd you see that, Ryan? Right, we have to see if it goes inverted. We will, Mrs. TPHI. We absolutely will. Ryan, where's your source? Just announced. Watching the PS5 State of Play event on the 8th of December. It was just announced, so it's been officially announced. State of Play. Hang on. Jesus. Oh no! Don't tip the thing over, Murphy. I'm up it. Easy now. Can we, like, stop moving? Right. So tight here for a minute. Put the brakes on. PlayStation State of Play, is it? Holy crap! Hang on a second, this is huge news. Don't worry about the plane, it's just going to sit there for a minute. This is huge news, hang on. Bloody hell. Captured on PS5 Pro, lads. Can we just say, right, did someone like clip when I said this months ago that they were going to do this. I did say this, but not only that, in this trailer here, lads, apart from the Bell X1, which is a brand new aircraft, right? We're able to see the Red Bull gear again. I don't know. Right, play it. We're looking for new things, right? New things. 737 MAX, that's not new. You know about that? Yes. 747 taken off. Yes. And this is captured on a PS5 Pro. Wait, what? It looks better than the PC version. Well. Oil rigs, choppers, yes. Doesn't see a clip of the L225 though. The Beluga. Red Bull, again, they're getting the shout because we know Red Bull is on the way. The Red Bull Air Races, the A400 or the A400, them mad friggin' devils. A10s, F18s, a blimp. No wonder the game is so broken. They waste their time doing this as CP. Well, okay. So any sort of kind of, there's lots to cover here, right? So, okay, we'll start at the beginning. Look at that Bell X1. Look at the state of that look. Jesus. So December is when this gadget's coming out. Now, what is this going to mean for a lot of things? First and foremost, this is Microsoft's oldest franchise, which is now officially announced it's coming to PlayStation 5. Not PlayStation 6. Like, this is going on the PS5, right? This is huge news. It's massive news. Good and bad news has to be kind of all intertwined in here. Because when you're talking about, you know, state of play, which is interesting, the state of play is very interesting because what are the biggest constraints we have in FlightSim 2024 right now, right? There's certain things working, certain things aren't working. This is slated for December 8th. We're currently working towards Sim Update 4, right? So if it's going to be on Sim Update 4, which I doubt it, right? Sim Update 4 is a stepping stone to this, right? Why are they showing PlayStation percentage Pro and not PS5? Or, I don't know. It was captured on PS5 Pro, right? Now, you might be saying, okay, what sorts of resources have Microsoft and Asobo? What sort of resources do they have to pour into this? I would say, now I could be very wrong, I would say not much, right? And the reason, well, it says PS5, so it does run on PS5, right? It said it was captured on a PS5 Pro, but the sign here is PS5. So it's coming to PlayStation 5 and Pro, both of them. That's what that looks like. But when we're talking about, oh, they're after spending all of this time, you know, getting the sim out on a different platform. But they didn't really. The game development kits have been coming out in Microsoft Flight Sim since, I don't want to say 2023, but definitely 2024. 2 updates got into the sim updates. You go back through the release notes, you'll see GDK updates. The last time I saw Microsoft putting GDK updates into any of their platforms, they always went to PlayStation. So that was the calling card. And like, that's like over a year ago, right? And it has been a mission of Yorg to get this flight simulator onto multiple platforms to get more people involved in aviation and flight simulation, right? And then you want to run some of the numbers. You know, how many people are actively using PC and Xbox? How many people are actively using PlayStation? PlayStation's massive, lads. It's huge, right? So hang on, even to get some numbers. Users on Xbox versus PlayStation versus PC, right? So PlayStation typically leads in overall usage numbers. Sony PlayStation has a larger user base with over 80 million. The Xbox, on the other side, has approximately 33 million. The PC is over 125 million, right? But what makes this interesting here is GDK MSFS. So GDK. So this is since the issue in Sim Performance, I would ask Asobo about where and how the development of the new GDK is going. These are topics brought back up last year, right? Where is this other one now? a year ago, Microsoft FlightSim stream rip error while installing the game development kit helper. So like this has been worked on a long time ago. And you might be saying to yourself, well, how different is this sim going to be on PlayStation versus, Xbox or versus the PC? Well, there should be absolutely zero difference in between them because they're all running the same engine. It's the game development kit that kind of converts it. Think of that as like your old friggin' emulator, if you like. Yeah. The marketplace, all that stuff, that's where I think the heavy hard work has to come into it, because PlayStation have their own marketplace, they have their own currency systems and payment plans and all the rest. How does that now work? How does Microsoft Flight Simulator figure that one out? Well, one answer is, well, in the Microsoft Flight Simulator marketplace, you have two currencies. You have, these new credits, and you have dollars or euros or whatever it is, but you buy store credits. That's how they get around all of that, which is absolutely friggin' huge, right? Multiplayer is the biggest worry I have for this. Like, multiplayer is the biggest worry for this because, yes, we know the sim looks great, it can fly great, and depending on the hardware running it, and let's be honest, lads, the PS5 Pro versus the Xbox Series X, there's not a lot in it. A couple of gigs of VRAM here and there. I think the clock speed and the processor is faster, but there's not an awful lot in it, right? It's not the same as like a Series S to an X, for example, right? So that's a head scratcher, as in, right, how are the multiplayer servers going to cope with all of this? And how do we still have, the current marketplace, I think, is an absolute spam fest for M Scenery. Like, it's an absolute spam fest for M Scenery. You go into the marketplace now, and like, you're just spammed with M Scenery aircraft. Xbox users are PlayStation users potentially are going to see these and go, oh, hey, that looks pretty cool. And then, the first time they use or experience the marketplace is going to be for an absolute bullshit add-on that's no use to no one. We need to do something over that. You know what I mean? Gibbon says, Murph, you called it first ages ago. Fair play to you. I didn't think it would happen, thinking it could be cannibalize the Xbox advantage. First time for everything that you're right. Yeah, get in there. Brilliant. Cheers, Gibbo. It's mad though. Like, put it this way, right? Outside of the headaches of marketplace and, well, I don't think there is a headache. Well, there is. M Scenery, get them out of there. Think of it now for your third-party developers. This is huge news for them. Your iniBuilds, SayIntentions, all of them on air, all of them, Miltech simulations, you name every single third-party developer who now suddenly, on December 8th, are now opened to a new market which is twice the size of what they currently have with the Xbox consoles. Like, that's just crazy. That is just crazy, right? So there's not going to be an impact on PC as so far as, the features that we currently have now should be there, we hope. Memory serving, when FlightSim 2020, when that first released, it was a PC-only product. It took a couple of months before they got Xbox released, and that came with what was called Sim Update 5. Sim Update 5, to me, dumbed down the simulator. It absolutely shagged multiplayer, right? And it's taken from there to here to kind of start drawing that back again. With PlayStation ingesting, potentially millions of more users to jump on. I mean, there's no doubt that the Microsoft Flight Sim team, like, Jorg has hit a home run with this. There's no doubt, lads. This is exciting news for our hobby. It just is. Like, you can't even begin to think of the positives that can come from this. Access, especially in the Asian markets where PlayStation is dominant. This is huge news. It's massive news, Not to be Debbie Downer, but isn't this more proof, says Gibbo, that Microsoft care more about the casual gamer rather than the simmer? Yeah, I think it is. But I think Microsoft will always be like that. Microsoft will follow the money, right? Your flight simulator team and Asobo, it's never been as important right now. It's never been as important right now to make sure you stabilize the sim, make the thing bulletproof, refine it, get rid of the bugs, just make sure the thing is stable. Your third parties, and they've always done this, there's no change to that. Your third party developers, well, they're the ones who will, cater to your simmers, right? That they make the products, right? They make the products. Like a casual gamer getting access into this is huge news. Think about it. Hardware developers, software developers, this is huge news. And like Microsoft, they care not, I think, about flight simmers, right? Why would they? I mean, it's Microsoft is in the corporation. Well, here's a product. They've built it. They've invested in it. They want to sell it. That makes total sense. In terms of what Microsoft Flight Sim or the Flight Simulator team are doing, they're making the sim way more accessible. You know, Microsoft battery more about the bottom dollar than the simmer. Yeah, but I imagine that's how they work. You know, it's an interesting topic though. Digital Merc says also Microsoft are looking for a reliable revenue source as they fall behind in AI. Yeah. It's 100% business move on his side in an extremely smart move. Yeah. Don't forget Microsoft's huge layoffs recently. Yeah. Charge equals change. Sure, but then they also have to charge the sim to be a game. We have a right to be anxious. Yeah. So the worry here is, and this is the thing, we've seen it before. That's what makes you go, wait, hang on. We've seen this before. When Sim Update 5 released and we saw access to the Xbox, which was all very positive. It was great. It was wonderful. People for the first time can access something like this on a console. It was awesome. But, for the flight simmer, right? For if you were going for a certain level of, be it realism or whatever, it impacted on that because, well, suddenly, we can't have this sort of thing yet, and there's bugs here, and But I was a casual gamer when I first started an Xbox, but then I found the love for it. I went from there. Yeah. 100%. If it makes Microsoft Flight Sim franchise more financially viable, it's got to be a good thing. Yeah. But lads, again, when 2020 first came out, this technology that's in the Flight Sim, this world generation, photogrammetry, how they can build an entire planet, like this is that technology. It's much bigger than a Flight Sim. It just is. It's just bigger. The whole Azure platform, technology of the thin client, and they're able to do like that's. I don't want to say we're the beta participants here, the guinea pigs, but like we kind of are. That technology, when you think about it, could revolutionize the gaming industry. Revolutionize it. Huge. You know what I mean? M Scenery will love it. yeah, right. That's what I mean. Like they've spammed the marketplace. I got to meet that guy. I'd say like he'd be interesting over the beer. I'd say What makes you think they aren't falling behind? They own 51% of OpenAI. Well, I wouldn't be getting into... Listen, Microsoft is the entity. They're the publisher. Microsoft published this thing. Flight Simulator is the product. That's the brand. That's what we're after, right? And that's you have the Microsoft Flight Sim team, and you have Asobo. They're the lads doing the stuff. Yeah, we'll have to get M Senior on the Murflight, yeah. I will say this, though. This is a good news day, generally speaking. It's a good news day because you're going to bring more folks into our hobby. And this is great news from... for bringing people in, community growth, third-party developers, hardware developers. There's now more users. More people are going to be interested to say, "Ooh, hang on, see this flight sim industry." Well, you do realize now there's like 100 million pilots let on in 5 years' time rather than 10 million, right? So it's good news from that regard. And if you look at what Microsoft have done, Microsoft Flight Sim have done since the absolute shit show of the 2024 release, they've put all their efforts into making it a stable platform. It hasn't been about adding features or making, they've been trying to get the thing stable. We've had 3 sim updates since release, which isn't exactly lightning speed either. But then when you consider the fixes that they've brought out, thousands of fixes. It's not even hundreds. There are literally thousands of fixes that they've made into the platform. With Sim Update 4 looking very promising indeed, with better performance, better lighting, right? This is a home run for them. Yet they still have to fix model matching. Yep. They still need to fix crashes. They still need to fix the weather. They still need, like, the list goes on of what needs to be fixed, you know? Remember, on PlayStation, players will always need an active PlayStation Live network for it to work. An additional subscription for FlightSim users. I don't know. Like, if you're on Microsoft Game Pass, I mean, that gives you a free link into EA, whatever EA called their thing. Maybe there's something similar, you know? Sim Update 4 is how it should have been released, says Cy120. Well, Sim Update 3 is how the Sim should have released, I think. Where we're at right now in the Sim, that is how the Sim should have released. But it didn't. We can cry and moan and whinge and complain about it all day. You might feel good, but it won't change anything. We are at where we are at. But this news that has been made official tonight, it's official, it's coming. They're opening up Microsoft Flight Sim to the PlayStation, right? This is a landmark friggin' achievement. I think it's huge. It's absolutely huge. For everyone involved, us included, as the user base, this is going to be a good news thing. Whether or not now, you know, my biggest concerns, as I say, it's got to be multiplayer. It has to be the multiplayer. Consider this, the marketplace, they're pretty much ready to go because they have dual currencies, right? Aircraft development, they're pretty much good to go because the third parties are now first party and second party, so they seem to have all that sorted, right? The hardware developers, you know, WinWing, which is PC, Moza, PC with a bit of console in there, make way for Honeycomb and make way for all these other guys who see the opportunity to say, we're going to develop this now for PlayStation. Logitech did it. Thrustmaster did it, right? Expo next year will all be about hardware for PS5. Called it first. Gibbo, I would agree with you, man. Yes, definitely. When Forza Horizon 5 went to PlayStation, Xbox PC players had to start fresh to play on PS. On the PlayStation, yeah, so Microsoft Flight Sim is interesting because, okay, it uses your gamer tag, and your gamer tag is dual when it comes to Steam, right? But it's not dual from Steam coming back into Microsoft Flight Sim. So maybe there's something there, right? I don't know how they're going to get around that. But I wouldn't be at all surprised. Like, I imagine Microsoft are already sitting somewhat comfortable with the marketplace and the work that went into that to say, look, it's dual currencies. Yeah, it's dual currencies. We don't have to sell in any particular. Like, they sell credits. These are what do they call them? Flight Sim credits or something. There's a whole spiel on that. And we're saying, okay, so we're not technically buying a product. We're buying credits, and the credits buy the product. So to me, that already works. It already works, you know? Marv, when will it be available on the Nintendo Wii? Oh, lads, I just think this is awesome news. My concerns are going to be multiplayer, live weather services. Like, basically, you know, the infrastructure. And we say this, you know, thinking that we're being sarcastic, but we're actually not. We're questioning, you know, can whatever amount of petabytes on Azure, can that handle this? Well, it couldn't handle it back in the day when whoever dropped the ball on the release of 24, it couldn't handle it then. And even to this day, we do see little outages. You know, live weather mightn't be working, the marketplace mightn't be working, people can't get access to their sim. It doesn't happen as much, but it's a thing. Sim versus coins, that's it. It's still a thing. But I think this is absolutely massive news. It's exciting news, as I say, because you've so many users on PlayStation. Now, I would argue this until the friggin' cows come home. If you're trying to attract gamers, right? Not necessarily saying, here's our platform, you can get it on any, here's our game, or sim, you can get it on any platform. If you're trying to attract gamers, yes, the activities work. Red Bull Racing will definitely work because I imagine if Red Bull, well, they will. I imagine when Red Bull go live or goes live in Microsoft Flight Sim, there's going to be esports there. Surely there's going to be esports there, right? So that's the gaming side of it. Plus you have the career mode, which, you know, for the most part is excellent. It needs fixes left, right and centre. And I imagine they're going to open up the door to even further developments of that very, very soon as well. Like, apart from that though, gamers, what do gamers want to do? They want to shoot shit. Do you know what I mean? They want to race. Okay, they can race. They want activities, or they want to be challenged. Yeah, you can do that. You know, they want like career building or role play. Yeah, you can do that in the career. But they also want to blow stuff up. They just do. They want to shoot things, you know? Is it possible to use VATSIM on console? No. But again, you know, the PlayStation, I don't think will have anything unique or advantageous to a flight simmer to move from one platform to another, unless it was console to console, purely down to the fact that PlayStation are slightly ahead with their specs. The PlayStation 5 Pro is a more advanced system hardware-wise than what we have on the Xbox Series X. Just is. It's a faster machine, right? Stuck with the stock ATC is a deal breaker. VATSIM aren't going to open the doors to console anytime soon. Like, VATSIM are talking about upping the minimum age limit to 16, like, right? So I don't know, but like, certainly, you know, wouldn't it be great if the engines allowed you to have things like, you know, a Skynet working with, say, SayIntentions, and that can talk to consoles? Could you imagine if we were able to do that? That'd be a game changer. Game changer. You know what I mean? And maybe there might be a way forward, perhaps, for console folks to be able to access the likes of SayIntentions. PSVR support too. Yep. Like, we know Navigraph already works on Xbox, right? I will move my Xbox to my PlayStation to use VR if it's stable and there's some hardware for it. Yeah. Well, I think right now with Sim Update 3 on Xbox, right now versus, you know, Sim Update 1, it's day and night. It's working so much better on Xbox now than what it did back in the day. Gibba says PSVR headset might be the cheapest way to get into flight sim on VR. Might be the only advantage over Xbox. Oh, and the Chinese market, there's that. True. That's what I mean. Like, PlayStation in Asia is like, it's part of the family home. Like, 80 million users. It's estimated at 80 million, you know? Dan says, all I'm thinking, Murph, is get this out on PS5, gain more revenue to get the money in to address the fixes, or pay for Jorg's next jolly. I wish I'd never have bought it. Can't bear to put it on the spend of over £1,000 to upgrade my PC, and still 24 just doesn't sit right. As I said, hope that release on PS5 generates enough money to address the issue. I don't think it's a money issue that things aren't fixed. I like, listen, I'm not in charge. I mean, it's who am I to say what way things are done? You know, it's what I feel is, rather than waiting months and months and months for massive updates, there should be more updates. There should be more. The systems probably don't allow for it, but like there should be more server. Or not server. There should be more game versions, if that makes sense. Sim versions, right? So let's say we're all on Sim Update 3, for example. Okay, everyone is on Sim Update 3. Great. But we still have a Sim Update 2 running in the background, and we'll close that after whatever 6 months. But we also have Sim Update 4 running. They need more of these kind of stuff there. I think that would help, you know? Don't really know how I feel about it come to PlayStation. I think it's awesome, lads. I think it's absolutely awesome. Should never have given you Xbox users money. If it works in PSVR, and I'll be swapping my Series X on day one, it's huge for console users who can't quite afford a proper PC build at the moment. Yeah. But again, everything with a pinch of salt, right? the performance you're going to get on a console versus what you get in a PC they're very, very different things. Now you can say, okay, what's a console? $700, $800. Put the same money into a PC. The console is going to be just better in a lot of cases because the games are developed specifically to work on said hardware. PC, you might have to go up and down a little bit. So yeah, I think from that regard, sure. But again, as a flight simmer, PC is the way to go. It just is. Having your flight sim on a personal computer is the way forward. You've no limitations, you know. Like I don't know, like I don't think they ever will. I kind of wish they would. I wish there was a console version and a PC version. I mean, I would love that. And then maybe there's some sort of shared crossover, be it on multiplayer, whereby if you're a PC pilot and you'll say, well, I just only want to fly with other PC pilots because of the add-ons we're using, for example. Or I want to fly with the console guys as well. That would be like, oh, sure, listen, if they do that, sure, we'll all go on a hoolie, you know? MV says, Murph, I'm trying to learn here, but I get the impression from chat that console simmers are lower class. No, I don't think, no. And it's just to draw a line under that. When people talk negatively towards consoles, it's not the users, right? When they talk about console, the reality is this. There are certain allowances or certain things that have to be done in order to get a flight sim onto console, right? And you could argue it's a lessening of the capability. It's dumbing down of graphics or dumbing down of, physics or whatever. So that's usually what the draw is. People say, oh, friggin' console, because we've seen that with Sim Update 5, right? It's not speaking any less of the pilot or of the person who's going to use it. If anything, we want to welcome them, as many of them, with open arms, because number one, you're going to know that anyone who's brand new to Flight Sim, if they've never touched a Flight Sim ever on anything, and they jump into Flight Sim here, their mind is going to be blown away. They can be a virtual tourist on planet Earth. No other platform can do that. Nothing can do that, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is they're going to get involved or interested, hopefully, with aviation. And from that, well, there could be building blocks. Maybe they'll follow the route into real-world aviation. Maybe they'll look into more kind of, full-on add-ons with like motion chairs and all the jazz, and they go for PC. So it's not to speak bad of console users. If anything, it's the contrary. It's not. We want more console users, but the worry is, can the tech maintain a certain standard being deployed to those consoles? You know what I mean? It's bad enough there's no purchase transfers from Steam to the marketplace, but now a third place with a PlayStation account, that could be a headache. I agree. Yeah, that's going to be a headache for them, Gibbo. I know you can transfer from Microsoft to... Can you? Can you do Microsoft to Steam? Yeah, you can. You can do Microsoft to Steam. Merv, so with update and new features of Flight Sim, is console a blocker? Console can be a blocker, depending on what they're trying to do. Console, and the only reason why I'm saying that is, well, that is how it's been since console became a thing. Developers couldn't get their aircraft onto console. We're still waiting on developers to get their aircraft onto console. Look at fly-by-wire. It doesn't work. Right? So there's all of these things, with console, you were just locked into a more restricted ecosystem. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. To an extent, though. To an extent. And here's the pinch of salt. If you have to, and I use the words, if you have to restrict the capabilities of the sim, or in other words, dumb down the sim in order to make, it to fit into this console, that's not good for Flight Sim. It's just not good for Flight Sim. It is what it is. Hence, okay, well, how do you protect the flight simmers in a case like that? Well, maybe look to separate them, It's very interesting, though. But apart from anything else, lads, this is massive, massive news. It's great news. And, I think if anyone is going to be on the bandwagon saying, oh, they were too busy making this on PlayStation, that's why the sim is so bad. But they need to, get informed properly. The game development kits have been introducing themselves into the sim, I'm almost certain, since 2023. I could be wrong on that. I'll go off and do my homework. But I don't think there's anything major and I mean major, from Asobo or Microsoft in order to get this into a PlayStation platform. Bearing in mind, PlayStation will say, well, okay, yeah, we want this, we'll take it, and this is how it's going to work. Grand. The updates came into the sim over the last 2 years. When was the first? See if I can Google it. First GDK Microsoft Flight Sim. 2020, I'd say I went into the. Different graphics, very like June of last year, but I think it was earlier than that. I think it was much earlier than that. You know, PS5 Pro versus a PC. How much to get the best setup on PC? Probably about 1,200. Mauser, I'd say. Similar-ish spec, you know. Zach says, given my RX 9070, it can't handle 24 consistently. How do you anticipate a PlayStation 5 will handle the graphics? Do you think there'll be an uncustomizable lower preset for PS5 users? No. Certain things won't be made available to them. So, yes, right? There's going to be certain options that as PC users we can, you know, we've whatever 40 odd items we can mess around with. We've sliders and all this. That'll be restricted, of course. Simply put, GDK predates the release of 2024. Correct. Thank you, Malky. It does. So like this is on the agenda a long time ago. You know? It's huge news, lads. I'm very excited about this because this is, apart from anything else, this is a huge leap forward in our hobby. Getting more people involved, opening the doors to millions, potentially millions, tens of millions of new pilots who are going to experience what we all adore. We adore flight sim. Love it or hate it, it doesn't matter. You love to hate it. We adore this. And, you know, giving this opportunity to so many folks, perhaps for the first time, that's incredible. It just is. Yeah, you can look at the commercial side of it. It's a friggin' home run. Genius. They're going to make, there won't be enough trucks in the world to carry all the money. It's the servers I'm worried about. As a concern, as a flight simmer who, you know, my biggest concern is how, in the name of, like, how are they going to manage the servers on this? Because at the moment, we can only show up to 26 aircraft, is it? 23 aircraft? Right? They might require a Microsoft account, and the marketplace will be for Xbox, PC, or PlayStation. That way you can purchase marketplace and play anywhere. No, I think I think the marketplace is ready to go. It doesn't care where the money comes from because you're buying these Simverse coins. It just, PlayStation will they'll push out on the PlayStation marketplace. You can now buy Simverse coins to be used in Microsoft Flight Sim. That's a simple thing, I think. I don't think there's any issue there. Servers can easily be scaled up, though. Ox, no. I won't take that as an answer because we're friggin' 5 years into dealing with server issues, or 4 years anyway. Scaling up servers for multiplayer, why haven't they done it yet? You know? You want to shoot stuff on console, look at your screen now. Yeah, but you can't do anything with it. You know, there's no combat. And that's where things can get a little bit misleading. If I'm a PlayStation gamer and I've never touched Microsoft before, I haven't even a clue what Flight Sim is, right? But I just happen to watch Top Gun, and then I see this. Oh, that's awesome! I'm going to be in there blowing the crap out of things. No, you can't. What do you mean I can't? No, that's just for show. You can't use them. What's crap? Gamers, right? That's what you're going to, not all of them, but you know what I mean, right? Currently 7 million PS5 users. Yeah, it's nuts. Great opportunity to have more and more users fall in love. However, important to ensure that the console users get a good experience as opposed to the PC release. Yeah, Zach, 100%. Oh, old veteran, they absolutely would, especially considering the drama going on with Eagle Dynamics. If Microsoft had like a combat module, Combat Flight Sim DLC, they would need trucks to bringing the trucks of money. Like, it's just huge, you know? PS5 players will now feel the need for speed. They will. They will. My thinking was that they might look to add it as part of this. Maybe. That could be mad, right? Xbox integrates well with your PC environment. Next gen Xbox is in the work too, says Krabby1. Yeah. 100%. Al says, Murph, the truth is there's so many data centers in the world, plus they are being used more and more for AI. FlightSim is not a thing for them in reality. Yeah. Something like nuclear option would work somewhat well with the PC console crossplay. Don't know what you mean. Something like nuclear option would work somewhat well. I don't know. Listen, it's going. This is great news. Either way, this is fantastic news. And like, Jesus, of all the headaches, of all the worries, you know, this is such a massive development from Microsoft Flight Sim that it's getting into another market. It's getting into PlayStation, and it's definitely something that Jorg wanted to do, and he's pulled it off. He's pulled it off. How it's going to look like for us after December 8th. The unfortunate thing is, and this is where I'm going to be looking for reassurances, and we'll bang the table and ask them, right? When Sim Update 5 dropped, we had issues straight away. Multiplayer broke, aircraft started disappearing, friggin', the performance of the sim dropped. Everything dropped once you're connected live. Everything. Live weather, multiplayer, your FPS drops. You know. Nuclear option is combat flight game. Ah, gotcha. Just bought X-Plane 12, says Schutz. Come on, Schutz. So I would love to get more information from Microsoft about how they intend to safeguard PC pilots when in relation to online servers. That's all. You know, that's all I'd like. Because even today, like, what are we, 10 months since FlightSim 2024 was released? We still have issues with model matching. There's still a performance bug with multiplayer aircraft. It's getting better, but it's nowhere near what it should be, you know? If in your hands, would you provide console users an arcade type option to start with the aim of having the users integrate to sim style flying as we know and love? No, I'd give them exactly what it had. Give them the full sim. You know, you wouldn't need to restrict them. What I mean by having a version for PC and having a version for console, which we kind of have, but it's more to do with, okay, there are certain add-ons, for instance, that won't operate on console. Okay, but what are those add-ons? There could be a particular type of aircraft, which we know that's the case today with fly-by-wire, right? There could be utilities such as VATSIM, right? And there could be graphical options, knowing that you can take full advantage of the latest and greatest friggin' RTX or FSR that are going to be locked only to PC users. And they kind of have that there at the moment. I think everything keeps boiling back down to the servers, I think, you know? Is the worry that Flight Sim will become more of a game than a sim? It is a game, and it is a sim. That's just where it's at. For some, they find Microsoft Flight Sim a little bit gamey, or they might find it arcadey, right? And they'll say, "Oh, X-Plane is the real simulator," and then there's folks in X-Plane will say, "Well, X-Plane is like, it doesn't look great. You know, it doesn't do these things really, really well." Flight simulators, be it X-Plane, P3D, DCS, you know, Microsoft Flight Sim, they are a game and they are a sim. It's whatever use case you have defines what the product is. And above or below, whatever way you put it, it's still a means of entertainment. You know? It's a game in the simulation category. Depends on which aircraft you fly. Yeah, I scored 1,000 points in Flight Sim. Well, you do your check ride, you get points, right? It's a game and getting worse, says Bossman Gaming. Getting worse? Wait, I came here for entertainment. Yes, and here, Scott. Yes. I'm always very interested to see everyone's opinion, because that's one thing it's quite unique in the flight sim world. People can have a difference of opinion, and it doesn't need to be dramatized, right? It's okay to speak your thoughts, right? Just don't be an idiot. But like when I'm saying, look, it's a game or a sim, and that, you know, some people say, yeah, no, it is a sim. I mean, visually, it's simulating the world as we see it, right? Or no, it's gamey because like you've these friggin' avatars walking around the place. Yeah, but like don't you have people in plane? You know what I mean? You can argue that, but I like the way we can kind of divert. You know, one will argue for, one against. It's always interesting. It's like real world aviation. You get two pilots talking in a hangar. They're going to talk the legs off each other. They'll be talking all day, you know? Shut says, and where will Asobo focus their efforts? Where the money is? The gaming side, the mission, the guns, the racing. That is my opinion. Asobo have to build a simulator. How do I phrase this without making it sound terrible? But Asobo have to build the product the way the publisher wants it in order to be paid by the publisher. You know what I mean? That's kind of what they have to do. Keep in mind, many developers are doing dumbed down versions of aircraft alongside study level versions. There's enough market for both. Maybe, yeah. Whether a game or a sim, it's enjoyable for us all to look forward to welcoming millions of more people. 100%, Zach. I think it's great. I think it's a great thing for the genre, says Stu. It'll cause more rifts with the PC master race that think console users are not worthy. No, I don't. Yeah, probably. Like, and there is that air of people out there thinking, "Oh, you're only on the console. What do you know?" Like that gets silly. That's like, oh, I'm a big fish in a small pond, because that same PC user, you know, what's your specs? Oh, I have an i7, you know, with a 3080. Shut up. You know, I've a 70, 90 million. Do you know what I mean? It's the same sort of, like, that's not a real PC though. That's only a middle. The whole conversation becomes mute. You know, at the end of the day, regardless of the platform in which you can experience flight sim on, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Just, can you access it? Yes. Brilliant. How did you do it? I don't care, but I can access it. Did it work? It worked. Were you happy with it? I was happy with it. Brilliant. You know? Fornax, good to see you. Xbox, do you hear me? Microsoft Flight Sim officially announced coming to PlayStation on December 8th, which is huge news. Stop having fun with the hardware of your choice, right? Brilliant. The Dude! Good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Practically Geek is here. Too much negativity around this release. I think it's a brilliant move. I don't think it's negative. I don't think there's any negativity around it. Fair play to them. Get more people into flight simming and into aviation. Yeah, I know, Gibbo, we're shagged. Forget using the Southeast Asian servers now. Ah, Jesus. We need more servers. No, I don't think people are negative. I think people have a right to be a little bit concerned just on, is there going to be an impact on the current user base? The reality is this: we'll be told not at all. There's no impact at all. It'll be grand, and then when it releases, there'll be problems, because it's happened before. There's nothing in my mind that says, well, something like that won't happen again. But let's see what sort of strategy or even tactics that the team can use to say, well, look, lads, this is what we're doing to try and safeguard that standards are not dropped, right? And that could be anything from the online servers, accessing the marketplace. Like, even the marketplace, if you go into the marketplace now, I don't know what it's like for you. I have fast internet. It still loads slow. It's not the marketplace is not a good experience. Just isn't. And does anyone else have that problem? If you try and access the My Library, you just have the spinning circle. That's not a good experience. You know what I mean? Ah, gotcha now, Practical Geek. Yeah. The comments in the posts. Yeah, like, I don't know why people need to be negative towards it. But, like, people who are negative towards it don't know anything. This is a good thing, right? Yes, we have a couple of concerns, but, you know. Yeah, the marketplace is clunky. Yeah, 100%. And there's so much scenery crap in there. Like, that's, to me, like, that's my worry. Could you imagine, like, first time, as I say, you know, you've experienced a flight simulator, you go into the marketplace and you see something that looks cool, you buy it, and it's absolute crap. Like, that's wrong. You can't have that. We need a Legion server, yeah. But yeah, no, I think this is huge. It's absolutely, like, as I was saying when Practically Geek, before you come in, I was saying, like, this is huge news for developers, hardware and software. Huge news. Think about it. If you were a small studio, right? Say you're a small studio. Look at Got Friends, even though they're first studio. Say like FS Reborn, for example. Overnight, he has a potentially an additional 10 million pilots window shopping. Overnight when this thing goes live. That's exciting news. You know what I mean? Same with Flight Effects. Yeah. But yeah, worry about the issues that haven't been cleared up for over on the PC. Yeah. Just the immediate comments without actually thinking about the positives. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's a very positive thing. But yeah, it's the M scenery stuff. Like, that needs to go. Like, how can they stand over products and like? To me, I just think it's mad. But then you get into like, oh, you're censoring them out. There's a marketplace for them because people are buying them. Maybe there is. How do you fix the problem? Give me a filter. I don't want to see add-ons from that developer. Thanks. Grand. Problem sorted. You know? Will it kill future development for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020? I wouldn't think so. Eventually, like, there's no way they're going to be able to manage and maintain multiple simulators. That kind of answers my question. Why can't they have one for console and one for PC? But they can't, like, you know, their team is already like, what, 700 or 800 people? 700 or 800 people in the team, like, you know, it'll get ridiculous. Was in 2020, menus were so responsive, it was refreshing. 2024 performs way better than 2020. At the moment it does, but yeah. Han says, the 747-2 you mentioned having before was hardly the M Scenery one that came out, was it? No. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'd love to see a minimum quality for marketplace items with like an enforced standard. You see, it kind of gets difficult when you try and enforce standards, because then like it almost goes into, you know, it becomes censorship. Then it's a dodgy territory, you know. But I just think, okay, open to all, grand, but give me a button that I don't want to see it. I don't want to see 20 or 30 or 40 spammed items in the marketplace, all from M Scenery. And I have no problem telling you they're crap. They're just not good add-ons. I warn people, don't buy that. You know, it's an expensive 3D model. That's what you're buying, you know. Turd Ferguson, good stuff, the dude, good stuff. What I mean by an enforced standard is a refund within a certain period to the consumer can decide. But they kind of have that. Kaiser says, anyone play with keyboard here? Is it even possible to play this game with a keyboard? I'm new to Microsoft Flight Sim, really struggling with the controls. I couldn't even get the balloon to fly. So Kaiser, yeah, I mean, look, you can use keyboard and control, ideally, or on a mouse, ideally. You know, I mean, look, you can pick up a cheap HOTAS. You can get them for like $50, right? An Xbox controller, right? It's definitely something you want to work towards. Short answer is yes, you can use a keyboard and mouse, but you're not going to have a good experience, you know. On a side note, Murph, thanks for bringing the news and for letting us have the open forum. Not at all. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Look at iniBuilds in terms of 2020 add-ons. They've stopped 2020 development, haven't they? No. They're not releasing anything new for 2020, if that's what you mean. But they have, you know, they'll still update patches and whatnot, you know. A developer friend was making smaller airfield, was knocked back from marketplace, not just official. Fantastic quality, but yet couldn't get it on marketplace, but M Scenery are there. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Maybe Konami will dev a decent 7.4 for us. Gibbo, that's the other thing, though. That's what makes the thing absolutely mind-blowing. How many other... Put it this way, right? Before Microsoft Flight Sim came out, before we had MSFS 2020, what developers do we know and love now have only appeared since Microsoft Flight Sim, right? Oh, Flyway Craig is here. Craig, welcome in. We're talking shop. Microsoft Flight Sim officially announced on PlayStation. It's going to release on the 8th of December. We're discussing it. We're discussing it. Someone put on the kettle. It's gone very late.
Allow myself to introduce myself.
Craig says, I'm not happy, Merv. Tell me, Craig, why aren't you happy that potentially 80 million users could get access to our beloved hobby? We are their core market. Why did they sort our sims first? Okay, but what do you think this means to the core sim? Do you think, for instance, have they stopped developing Microsoft FlightSim in order to get it onto PlayStation? We won't get updates as much at all. What makes you think that, Craig? So, for example, right, Microsoft FlightSim has added almost no features to FlightSim 2024 since released. Almost no features. It's all focused on squashing bugs, making the sim run better, and enhancing it and making it stable, right? We can all agree on that. That's the core updates we've already seen, right? So in terms of we're not getting the updates, well, no, they're not giving anyone updates. They're making the sim more stable, right? And that's been since 2024 release 10 months ago. So there's no impact now on saying they're holding features back. They're holding features back for everyone. They're focusing on getting the sim fixed, which to me, that's the way they should be doing it. At least until it's fixed, right? And you're still getting other sim updates. You're getting world updates. They're adding in aircraft. So the other parts of the studio are still doing that. Do you know what I mean? The second thing is, if you're saying that it could dilute us flight simmers by bringing a whole load of more people in, right? If you were to measure, if 50 people in a room started shouting versus 500 people in a room started shouting, do you know what I mean? Like, there's strength in numbers. So, like, if you have more people, more active development, more users, the whole thing starts growing legs. The team will have to get bigger to support this influx of people. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Here's a warning to every PS5 user who wants to buy Microsoft Flights in 2024. Do not buy the Aviators edition. Lots of planes have major bugs. Enzy, good to see you. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Although in saying that, of the issues that we see now on the Aviators edition, I'd need to look at them, but like the PC24 still isn't great. The C17 needs work. What else? The H225 is a freaking disaster. So yeah, I don't disagree with you. Where's this now? Yeah, VATSIM. Yeah. No, VATSIM won't touch the console guys, you know? But no, Craig, listen, man, if you step back from it for a second, this is a huge thing. It really is. Think about it. It's huge. The only concern I have, right, is how the servers are going to manage this. How the servers are going to manage this. Live weather, scenery streaming, multiplayer servers. That's my worry. How are they going to figure this one out? The AN2 is faulty. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, before we had the release of Microsoft Flight Sim, the biggest developers were your Just Flights, PMDG, they were the main guys in the game. Since we've seen the release of Microsoft Flight Simulator, we have Parallel 42, we have iniBuilds. iniBuilds were kind of there, but they were tiny, right? We've FS Reborn, we've Phoenix, all these massive developers because of Flight Sim, right? Imagine now, on the PlayStation side, could you imagine how many potentially how many new developers could look at this and say, do you know what? We're going to use our expertise and start, making stuff for this flight. It's huge, lads. It's huge. I wonder if that the projected extra player base that they're going for, what numbers are due to arrive in those Azure servers. Yeah, that's a concern I have, Craig. But ultimately, I don't think anyone who thinks that, flights in 2024 would have been 100% on release if they didn't have to worry about the PlayStation. That's I won't get too animated, but that's a load of bollocks. The game development kit updates have been being patched into Flight Sim. I need to find the exact date, but it's been happening since before 2024. GDK, look it up. GDK updates have been going into Flight Sim before 2024. So this has been happening yonks ago, ages ago. And they're not making a brand new core engine to work inside of PlayStation. No, they're not. That's what the game development kit has come in. Asobo have already built the engine. They just need the engine to make it work through a game development kit, which I think they've already done. Well, they have done. We've just seen it onto PlayStation. So I think the heavy lift is already done, you know? It could be a stroke of genius opening to PlayStation market, especially if a next-gen Xbox is around the corner. Ooh. Yeah, that could be huge, Gibbo. Considering FlightSim on Xbox isn't great, it could also be a disaster for the franchise reputation, with 80 million more people suffering problems. Yep, could be.
Hello there.
That's the risk. That is the risk. Where FlightSim is currently at now, I think we can probably all agree. Flying Walnut, good to see it. I think, lads, we can all probably agree. Some stronger than others, but we can probably all agree the current state of FlightSim 2024 right now, Sim Update 3. If this was the sim we got back in November last year, we wouldn't have had much of an issue, would we? Honestly, okay, it needs fixes. That's what we would have said, right? So, time-wise, I think the sim is in a fairly good spot now. Shane York isn't lurking. He probably is, I'd say, but he's not going to get involved. He'd be like, no, not touching that. Like, I think the sim now is in a very strong, well, it's in a stronger place than what it was, you know, back in November, right? And then Sim Update 4 has yet to drop. You know, I'm curious to experience the DualSense implementation. Yeah. But isn't the Microsoft GDK is developing games on Microsoft platforms? No. GDK, the last time I saw GDK, so Microsoft's GDK, right? The game development kit released by Microsoft, it enables them to, GDK, hang on now. It enables them to put their engines or platform or games, if you like, onto other platforms. Microsoft's GDK for PlayStation. So, where is this now? Game development kit documentation. I'd say the updates that were going into FlightSim from the GDK or the game development kit updates, because it already has a game development kit update, right? It was to do with all the different APIs, you know? GDK provides tools for multi-platform. It does. Still too VRAM heavy. Still too heavy VRAM. Yeah, Huffy, you're not alone on that one, buddy. 2024 underperformed, in my opinion. I'm glad I'm playing it through Game Pass. Yeah. But yeah, very true. Sim Update 3 I would have accepted as a launch. Yeah. Microsoft's GDK doesn't. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Schutz, they've been making updates to the GDK. The last time a Microsoft game got GDK updates, it went over to PlayStation. I'm trying to find that article. Where is this now? Microsoft GDK update to work on PlayStation. So I don't know, were they using Sony GDK for APIs? I don't know how they did, to be honest. We're constantly running from sim update to sim update with major issues, and now they're opening up a new platform, says High Cloud. Well, they're not really opening up a new platform. It's the same engine, just more. They're opening up more users. Yeah, it's on a PlayStation, but it's more users. I suppose the worry would be, are these going to be, because we've seen this, are these issues only going to be on console? That's a challenge, 100%. You know, is there going to be bugs raised that only affect PlayStation? Now you have a problem. You have a bigger problem now, because now you have to physically start moving resources out of the umbrella to get over there and sort that. But in saying that, if you're going to be releasing onto a platform that has 80 million users, which they won't mind an extra few staff members now, you know, I imagine, you know. Ginax says the game is going to be stretched even more. I don't think... Stretched? Well, that's... We kind of want that, don't we? You know. Put it this way, lads. If this destabilizes the sim, if it slows down any sort of development, and what I mean by development, if it slows down development as in bug fixes, heads will roll, you know, because, you know, the PlayStation users won't use it. We'll probably stop using it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, they absolutely don't want that to be the result here, you know. To get a game on PlayStation, you need to use their SDK. I agree, Schultz. I agree. 100% I agree. That's what I'm saying. The updates were done to Microsoft FlightSim with GDK updates. So were they PlayStation updates they were putting in? Or were they Microsoft updates? But the last time I saw a Microsoft title get GDK updates, they weren't specific on what they said. The last time they got GDK updates, it ended up on PlayStation, you know? PS Miranda says, I foresee some problems with the PS5 GPU, which could benefit everyone. Very limited hardware, so optimization is mandatory. Kriya says, no point in speculating too much until more details are known. The news is only just surface, so wait and see before comment. Yeah. More money for the sim can only be a good thing. Yeah, more users for the sim. More users. Like, lads, I'm not trying to dismiss anyone's concerns and saying, oh no, this is all going to be grand. History has shown us things are not grand. Sim Update 5 in FlightSim 2020 destabilized the sim. And Sim Update 5 was when they launched it on Xbox. Prior to that, we didn't have half of the issues. There was issues, but we didn't have the same level of issues. It was only after that created a problem. Since then, right, there's been massive progress made on frame gen, on DirectX 12, so they're able to increase the headroom that certain add-ons can work. My biggest worry right now, outside of the servers, WebAssembly is a complete mess. I think they're trying to get it better, but you still get WASM crashes. How do you deal with that, like? You know what I mean? The game will be in vanilla state. It won't have all the mods us PC users run. That in itself creates many more problems. Huffy, yeah, 100%. And it is. It is going to be a vanilla state sim, right? A vanilla state sim. And with that, mods, even some of the graphical options that we have in the menu sliders, well, they're going to be locked out from PC versus console. It just is. Maybe PlayStation will have a few more options because it's a little bit stronger, you know. High Cloud says, that's my worry. I still remember you still remember Sim Update 5. Yeah. So like, from my perspective, you know, I would love, there'd be a dev update, there'd be questions, but like, I'd definitely love to hear, you know, from Jorg, and Seb, what's their strategy on safeguarding the current flight simmers? And what I mean by that is the integrity of their servers, the multiplayer performance, you know, access to scenery and the Azure, like, what are they doing? Because I'm not going to settle for, sure, it'll be grand. It was supposed to be grand when the sim launched in November, you know, and then it didn't. You know what I mean? So like, I'd be very interested to hear, well, look, what are you working on there? Like, because like, if they're able to tell us, listen, yeah, don't worry about it. We're going to deploy because of this, and it's a brand new market. We've now been able to deploy a brand new friggin' server, for instance, right? Or we've increased all the server sizes by 50% overnight. Oh, brilliant. Great news, you know? Hibbo says, Sim Update 3 was the major issue with the anger towards Asobo and the lack of a fix to rectify the update, the main thread, and rightly so. However, Sim Update 2 ran well for me, and I think most were happy with it minus the high VRAM usage, with a few broken things, but was at an acceptable standard. So I don't think it coming to PS5 will be a big issue, and it won't halt any progress on fixes at all. Eventually, it'll be more of a positive. Yeah. It will be a positive, lads, because you're bringing more people in into this platform. You know, It's good for third-party developers. It's good for Microsoft themselves because they make money. They're going to they make it, they spend it. It's as simple. Like, it's, you know, they will invest more in what's, like, you do the same yourself, right? Whatever's making, like, where am I getting the best value or the best return of investment? Okay, well, invest in that because I get a higher return. That kind of stuff, you know. No worries, they were upgrading from Cat 5 to Cat 6 cables. Yeah. That'll probably just do it. Just give me a weather update with cumulus, Bravo, turbulence, icing, and I'll be happy. Fornax, yeah, but again, like, it might come. No new features. The controls bug alone made Sim Update 2 unusable. I agree. That was an absolute disaster. When can we get our hands on the build they used for the trailer? My 2024 looks nothing like that. I think Minecraft is a good example of this done right, and I expect they're trying to get a new Minecraft. Yeah, maybe. Lads, it's great news. The trailer was friggin' badass, and I think if you're, you know, if you're anyway on the fence thinking this is bad news for our for the simulator, and, you know, Asobo were busy for the last 2 years trying to try to build this to make it work on PlayStation. I don't think that's the case here at all. As I say, I think there was updates made into the core of the sim over the last 2 years that has been aiming towards this point. You know, and the only concerns that I think would be, now I could be wrong, and I'd be the first one to say, Jesus, lads, terribly sorry, but like, I think it will be the case that the only impact I would potentially see is going to be on the data side. Access to Marketplace, access to the multiplayer service, access to live weather, that kind of stuff, you know. iniBuilds are here. Good to see you, lads. Come here to me now. We're about to show up. We're showing this trailer. It's exciting news for iniBuilds as well. Did you know there's 80 million PlayStation users? 80 million of them, right? One for everyone. We were showcasing the incredible Cape Town. Then we went off and we had a look at, I want to say Wolf's something. What was it? Wolf's, oh, Jesus. I don't want to get it wrong. Wolf's Fang. I nearly said Wolf's Creek. Wolf's Fang, which is loads of fun. And now we're here with the Pocket Rocket. So we're going to play this trailer again. If you haven't seen it, lads, this is the announcement over in the world of PlayStation, right? And have a look.
Hello there.
Jesus. So instead of like Control E, it'll be friggin' square, triangle, and circle. You know. Coming to PlayStation 5. It doesn't say coming just to PlayStation 5 Pro. That's huge news. Terribly exciting. Jesus, there's buttons. Jesus! iniBuilds, you mad bunch of lads. We still have fuel in the plane. Brilliant. Lads, iniBuilds have just gifted 20 tier 1 subs to everyone watching here on Twitch. Lads, thank you very, very much indeed. The lads are absolute legends. Wait to see what happens next. I'm going to fly this thing. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub with thanks to the awesome iniBuilds, well, do be sure to say thank you. Insane support, lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. Awesome support to the channel. And as I said, iniBuilds have been flat out this week. Cape Town, Wolf's Fang. We have this aircraft, the Pocket Rocket, which a group of developers put this together, and iniBuilds published it, right? It's an experimental aircraft, and of course we've other exciting news with the A300 update. We saw Jamie fly that tonight, and then the A340 is on the way as well. Some incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Currently looking at a PC to play Flight Sim. I was looking at a 9070. Would you still say get a PC or go and buy a PlayStation 5 Pro? I currently play it on the Xbox. Gar, good to see you, buddy, and I hope you had a great time in Orlando. My absolute advice to you is go the PC route. PlayStation is handy, but for like the cost of a PlayStation, your PC is going to be modular, meaning that you can upgrade its components over 5 years, let's say, right? Your console, the PlayStation 5 Pro on paper is a stronger machine, right? It depends on the game and what way it's optimized and whatnot, you know? But yeah, I'd say definitely PC if you can. Definitely PC, you know? Anyway, are we ready for this thing now? Easy, Jemima. So you're going to look at the power on this thing. Now, there's a good chance it'll crash, right? But the power of this thing, right? With great responsibility. No, wait. With great power comes great responsibility. We'll go for the notch of flaps. I want you to concentrate on our little speed ribbon here. Keep an eye on that divil now. Are we ready? Advancing the power. Power coming in. It's a rocket. Jesus, keep it straight, will you? There's 70 knots. There's 80 knots. Oh, we're going to go. There's 100 knots. 120 knots. Flaps in. 140 knots. Right? And she's loud. 160 knots. 180 knots. And I haven't even over-torqued this yet.
Jesus.
Okay, my prop is a bit fast. There's 200 knots. Are you sure this thing isn't electric? The pocket rocket. Now, we want to do a bit of a climb. Let's try a 20-degree climb. Hold. That's just shy of 7,000 feet a minute. It can't really maintain it for long. We've only dropped back to like 160 knots. Right, let's try a 15-degree climb. That's 4,000 feet a minute. Let's try a 10-degree climb. That's climbing at 3,000 feet a minute, and we're accelerating. We're accelerating at 3,000 feet a minute climb. This thing is a maniac. So we're up at 4,000 feet already, right? Easy now. So in terms of its envelope, how it flies, right? Keep the speeds down, and it's quite maneuverable. But you want to keep the speeds down. Ideally, you want to fly this thing at around... We'll slow her down here, look. Fly this thing in and around about 140-ish. That's full deflection, right? Elevator. Jesus, there's more. Stu Snape, you absolute mad lad. Did you see what he did? Stu Snape is in with 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Stu, you divil, you level 7 hype train. Bloody hell, Stu. Thank you very much indeed. Lads, I've just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Stu Snape. Do be sure to say thank you. Insane generosity. Hermit something, good evening. Right, we need to go inverted for Mrs. TPHI. Hang on now. Easy now, Jemima. So the question is, can we fly inverted? Easy. Easy. Level off. Easy. Not only can we fly inverted, Mrs. TPHI, but we can do so in excess of 210 knots. All is not well in the realm in this thing. We're climbing at 210 knots whilst inverted. It's quite steady. I know. Roll her out. Now, there's a couple of tricks to this, and I'm not sure they like should you be doing this, but where the location of the throttle is, well, you can horse this into beta very quickly. For example, have a look at that speed ribbon. Into beta. Look at the decel. Like, did you ever see Hot Shots when they land in the carrier? You know, and their nose and their face is stuck in the helmet? Nuts. Devil Kid, good to see it. Wonder how it'd be in VR. Huh? But what's awesome about this aircraft, outside of the ridiculous power that it has, right? It's fully capable. It's fully capable for general aviation, right? And it's fully capable to actually fly this friggin' thing on network. You can fly this on FlightSim. As I said, if you want to get into the, you know, the fast, snappier aerodynamics, get that speed right down. Even say 100 and... Let's go 120 and just see how maneuverable it becomes, right? Easy now. No, Chase, no, bring it back. Easy. 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 It's so hard to manage the energy of this thing. We would measure the climb rate in pukes per second, right? So there's 145. It's fairly agile. Drop it down another little bit. Easy now. Okay. Way better. 120. It just becomes very aerodynamic, you know? Alright, let's try full acceleration here. We'll over torque it. Let's see what happens. And we'll start our climb. 5,000 feet per minute. We are maintaining 184 knots. Like, this thing would rival a freaking airliner on initial takeoff. 5,500 feet a minute, maintaining 185 knots. Rocket ship. Isn't it mad, lads? It's absolutely mad. The coastline is calling. It's just nuts. Nice and low into the coastline. So, like, it's not the most aerodynamically sound airplane, as in, like, it looks like something, you know, you throw this up against, like, the extra 330 or, do you know what I mean? It is not that plane at all. This thing just has absolutely raw power. Raw power. Like, the acceleration alone on this thing is absolutely friggin' nuts, look. We'll probably get this thing up to 300 knots, I'd say. Look at the acceleration, look. 260 knots. Scott, where we're going, we don't need VNE. 290 knots. There's 300 knots, look. We're in excess of 300 knots. And it's still climbing. It's still going. As your wings now depart your aircraft, right? 318 knots, lads. Oopsie daisy. Like, straight up. It's ridiculous. Easy. So we've gone from 0 to 4,000 feet in seconds. It's some crack, isn't it? But what I like about it is, you know, you can, if you wanted something that's just going to give you ridiculous speed, you know, it's a two-seater. Beautiful views. So in VR, yes. Okay, you got your main canopy bar is there, but like outside of that, you got some really nice views here, right? It has tip tanks. Experimental. It's just a machine with like raw power. Does she have night lighting? Yes. And it has an inertial separator as well. Not that you need it. Rudder. External lights are pretty cool. They're really good lights. Look at that. Ox says it was designed by Philip Steinbach, the designer of the S-Back and Gamebird. Oh, really? Ooh. The cost of this here machine there, Red Rider. Available now over on the iniBuilds website. You can buy it for £11.99. £11.99. About $15 US, give or take. And it's ridiculous speed. What's that in real money? Yeah, about $15. It's about roughly, could be 14. Do you know? But like, there's more going on here as well. As you can see, like, there's environmental details flashing up to say the cabin's too cold. All right, close the vents. After a while, it complained it's gone very high. Like, we're at 8,000 feet at 227 knots in this. What do you think of it, lads? It's nice, isn't it? That's full deflection at speed. Negative pushover. She might stall here. She stalled. Oh no, we're going to die and put it in a spin. Don't panic, Merv. Wait now. How did you know we were upside down? Because it was coming out my collar. Ah, we just had a look at the night lighting. If only it had a pink livery, you say. Not only that, okay, we're at a safe altitude, right? Check this out. No, don't do that. Do this though. And now feather. Right? Look at the prop animation. You can fully feather the prop on this. Not deadly, isn't it? Question is, Murphy, can you dead stick land it? Where's the airport? Oh, balls. Where is the airport? Oh, it's miles away. We're never going to make that, are we? It has the glide ratio of a flying brick. Visualize. Yeah, man. For $15, it is a fun ride. I need to see this on FlightSim. It's going to be hilarious. You know. Yeah, just flying from Dublin to Shannon. Yeah, that'll take about, what, an hour? Nope. Try it like 20 minutes. And as I say, the circuit breakers work as well. So there's quite a bit in it, right? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So there we have it, lads. I tell you, that was a night, wasn't it? The news, well, the big news, of course, is that Microsoft Flight Sim has been officially announced for PlayStation and is going to release on December 8th. That's absolutely huge news, lads. Huge news. And then tonight, we've covered a fair bit tonight, lads. We have covered tonight on this stream the new Carenado 172, then a plethora of iniBuilds add-ons we have with Cape Town. We have this, the Impulse 100, which has been published by iniBuilds. We have an upcoming freeware scenery, Wolf Fang in Antarctica. And what's going to make that absolutely deadly, when it's released, you could fly the A340 from, you know, Cape Town across, or indeed an A400. Perfect location for it. And we also got news of the update to the A300-6 for Microsoft Flight Sim as well. iniBuilds have been flat out with the updates here tonight, lads. And It's great to see. It is great to see. So that's going to do it for us. Hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. There will be more discussions. I'd like to get more of your feedback in relation to that big news from, you know, about the PlayStation. And also, lads, you know, as a community, right? There's potentially going to be a lot more people, perhaps knocking on the door. As a community, what should we be doing to, you know, best service their needs? You know, information is obviously it's going to be critical. Hashtag remove scenery. But apart from that, like, I mean, talk about a golden age of flight simulation. PlayStation article took you till near midnight. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely insane now that that's it. The rumors are true. It's coming out. PlayStation are getting Microsoft Flight Sim. It's huge news. It's so exciting. What's my speed here? Oh wait, I turned off my screens. Oh dear. Oh dear, stop. Jesus! We don't want the drag yet. Uh-oh. Let's see what happens here, shall we? Hey now, did that not... 150 backup instruments for the win. Easy now. Easy now. Can we land safely? Because we're completely dead sticked it. The answer, yes. Can we land it without dying? Is the next question. Easy. We're still airborne. Get it down, you muppet. There you go. Those rowdy PlayStation users. Developers are going to start charging way more because now they have to do a third product, 3 different updates every time. I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so, Mr. TPHI, if anything, this is going to see more and more and more developers start using the marketplace. Because if their aircraft is in Microsoft Flight Sim's marketplace, how can they develop an aircraft for PlayStation? They can't. It has to go through the sim, through the marketplace. Know what I mean? I've just talked to a couple of them. They will be. Don't think so. If aircraft or add-ons are built using the InSim SDK, why would it not work? The custom stuff was them. But again, I'd argue if it works on Xbox, why would it not work automatically on PlayStation? At least that's my thinking. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I wouldn't think this would be you know, bad news for developers. I'm being very ignorant now and assuming, you know, that, well, technically if it works, if it's already in the marketplace, well then it'll work on PlayStation, but I imagine that's the way it should be, right? If the aircraft is in the marketplace and it's compatible with Xbox as it is, I'd be very surprised if there's all sorts of jumping around to be done. I won't be shocked, I'd be surprised, you know? Group flights for multiplayer will be interesting. Press 5 if you're on the PS5. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's developers who are not releasing directly on the marketplace. How are they won't be able to get their aircraft onto PlayStation, you know? Raoul probably doesn't know at this stage because I imagine developers haven't been told anything yet. Like, what could possibly happen, right? Is it a case that they say, this is the marketplace, if they turn around and say, okay, developers, if you want to get your aircraft onto PlayStation, it needs to go through this official encoder, right? I'd be surprised though, like, it's the one marketplace. They're effectively, PlayStation is going to be running the exact same engine we have already that's on Xbox. The very same. I would be shocked if it meant that existing marketplace items won't work. That's what I'd be shocked on. Question in the next dev update. The next dev update, I don't even know when it is, but like that's going to absolutely be like, everyone is going to be asking the question like, what the story, and like I guarantee it, wait till you see the amount of folks giving out saying, oh, the sim would have been way better years ago, you know, if you weren't wasting all your time on PlayStation. Like that's what people are going to say, when it's absolutely not the case, you know. They've announced the game is coming and they've mentioned unique PlayStation 5 features. Yeah, but those features could be like... Those features could be like PlayStation VR, right? The DualShock something or other. Totally different operating systems and everything through is going to be totally different. Just like between PC and Xbox, even though they're on the marketplace, it's still two totally different planes. Tim Racing, good to see you. Coinciding with the PlayStation 5 launch, for the first time, players will be able to break the sound barrier in America's first civil supersonic jet, the supersonic demonstrator, the Bell X-1. To learn about pre-ordering, joining the beta, and unique PlayStation 5 features, read more on our website. Jeez, they got that up fairly lively, didn't they? Flight Simulator, FlightSimulator.com. The sky is calling. That's what we're going to hear now. Hey now, the sky is calling. Microsoft Flight Sim stores onto PlayStation 5. Microsoft Flight Sim franchise has delighted pilots and simmers for over 4 decades. We're now incredibly proud to bring the amazing experience to PlayStation for the first time. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is the world's most advanced consumer flight sim, offering unprecedented levels of realism and authenticity. With up to 125 highly detailed aircraft, we have developed the largest and most diverse fleet ever assembled in a flight sim. We have an incredible wide range of aircraft, from nimble ultralights, wide variety of general aviation aircraft, famous bush trip planes, rotorcraft, eVTOLs, airships, steerable balloons, all the way to sleek business aircraft, a fleet of narrow and wide-body airliners, and even heavy military transporters and jets. To make this PlayStation experience truly shine, we embrace the immersive features offered by the DualSense wireless controller. Adaptive triggers respond to different speeds and surface types on the ground and provide sloped resistance in the air. Communications from air traffic control play through the controller speaker, simulating the feel of the cockpit. Gyro controls, light bar support, and customizable touchpad further enhance. So that's what they're talking about with their features, right? We unleash the full power of the PS5 and PS5 Pro, so aviation enthusiasts can now, for the first time on PlayStation, fly anywhere on the globe at any time of the day or year, land at over 40,000 airports and runways, 60,000 helipads, explore all 7 continents, fly on your own or with friends from around the world, and even fly with accurate real-time, real-world air traffic. Simmers on PlayStation 5 will test their aviation skills on some of the most visually stunning and technically detailed aircraft, with accurate aerodynamics, fully flight tested by real pilots. PlayStation VR 2 owners will be able to experience the entire game through their headset and Sense controllers with a free update that will be available in 2026. Okay. Microsoft Flight Sim 24 introduces all-new career system that helps pilots learn how to fly the different types. Virtual pilots, well, nothing new there. Unlimited number of missions. Start your aviation career to gain experience. Challenge League. So PlayStation 5 simmers can test their skills with a variety of landing challenges, rally races, and so on. Nothing new there. After the thrill of competition, PlayStation pilots can take a more relaxing flight to explore and photograph the famous locations. Nothing new there. Coinciding with the PS5 launch for the first time, players will be able to break the sound barrier in America's first supersonic jet, the Bell X-1. Developed by Asobo in partnership with Microsoft Game Studios, the PlayStation version of Microsoft Flight Sim will continue to be updated with both free world updates and sim updates. The simulator also includes a robust marketplace filled with new aircraft, airports, and many more from a very active and third-party creator community. Join us in the skies to experience the thrill of Microsoft Flight Sim on PS5 and PS5 Pro. Pre-order any edition and receive a famous aircraft on December 8th, a Northrop T-38 Talon. For those who pre-ordered the Deluxe, Premium Deluxe, or Aviator editions, you will also receive early access to the simulator on December 3rd. Yes, it's not the Bell X1, it's the one, or the XB one, is it? Sign up to participate in the beta on PlayStation beginning soon. Space is limited. Like, they're talking about their marketplace, and they're not saying a new marketplace or an exclusive marketplace. They're talking about a marketplace which is already there. So what I'm reading there is it's the very same sim. It's the very same one. You know what I mean? Yeah, VR capabilities, 100%. Jamie Com, this is it's the official Microsoft website for FlightSim. So, these exclusive experiences is purely using PlayStation hardware for DualSense adaptive triggers and VR. Like, there's nothing in the sim that's going to be just available as the sim, right? It's hardware. Well, where is the thing about the marketplace? I'll find it again. Supersonic demonstrated the XB1. Yeah, XB1. Thought it was the friggin' Bell X1. The PlayStation version 5 will continue to be updated with both free and world updates. The simulator also includes a robust marketplace filled with new aircraft, airports, and more from a very active and talented third-party creator community. I'm wondering why they didn't put it in there that you'll be able to fly with friends on PC and Xbox. It just says you can fly with friends. Fly on your own or with friends from around the world, and even fly with accurate real-time real-world air traffic. So they're just saying fly with your friends around the world. How would you feel if they kept PlayStation pilots on PlayStation multiplayer servers? Oh, I'd say Microsoft now are getting inundated with emails from developers left, right, and center saying, what's the story about this? Where are we going? What are you doing? What does this mean for me? Do I now need to go off and update all my aircraft? Like, any developer, unless they've already spoken directly to Microsoft on this, you just don't know. Developers, you don't know unless Microsoft have told you, yeah, no, you're going to have to update your entire fleet there, or no, it'll work just fine as is. You know what I mean? So until we know for sure, I think if that's the case, I don't know, it's a crap mood. I mean, okay, listen, your product has you've sold X amount of units on Xbox. Brilliant. If you want, you can sell it on PlayStation, but, well, you need to make it work on PlayStation. It's their call, isn't it? Keeping PlayStation players on their own servers defeats some of the purpose, surely. Don't know. Playing with words, I think they're going to be separate. I don't think they will be. I wouldn't mind everyone on all the same servers as long as they would get it to work properly. Yeah, that's the thing. I'd be surprised if they have their own server. There's loads of speculation here, though, isn't there? Like, until we actually know what's going to... Like, we're kind of shagged until we know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? There'll be all sorts of chatting and moaning and whinging and excitement. Great things are happening, and you know what I mean? What are the comments like? Announced today during State of Play Tokyo, Microsoft Flight Sim coming there, grand. PlayStation FAQ. Early access, what editions? Standard Edition, Deluxe, Premium Deluxe, Aviator Edition. I would be, to anyone who's never used, anyone who hasn't used Microsoft Flight Sim should, they're all here. What are the benefits of pre-ordering? Will there be a disc version of it? Yes, physical disc. Was it a Polish magazine that broke the story last week? That's an NDA going out the window. Will I need a Microsoft account and gamer tag to play Microsoft Flight Sim on PlayStation? No. A Microsoft account or gamer tag is not required. That's interesting. Now, they're not saying, it just says it's not required. Doesn't mean it won't work. You know what I mean? Yeah, Minecraft, Fortnite are across PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Yeah. So how would the marketplace work then? It'll use their PlayStation identity. And that's what I mean, Scott. The financials, I think, Microsoft doesn't need to worry about all of this. Microsoft are going to sell Sony their Simverse currency. You want Simverse coins? Okay, well, here, go sell it, right? That's how they'll do that. So if you're a PlayStation user, you're just buying Simverse coins through your normal PlayStation market, right? I don't see an issue with that. It's friggin' genius that, like, whoever came up with that idea. But sure, that's why they come up with them ideas. You know what I mean? More users would justify beefing up the servers. Yeah, 100%. Oh, they'd have to. Like, they would absolutely have to. That's the thing, a lot of friendly discussions right now, but no one 100% knows except for Jorg and Seb. Yeah, 100%. 100%, Mr. TPHI. Like, I mean, as I say, third-party developers, it's always going to be a worry. They're like, for God's sake, I've had to go out and change everything. I doubt it. I'd be very surprised if they had to do that. If they had to tweak their add-ons to get them to work. I'd be shocked if the current aircraft that are already available in the marketplace won't automatically work. I would be shocked if that's the case. Because they're already in the marketplace. They've already gone through that whole, induced friggin' thing. You know? I think they're keeping any negatives to themselves at the moment. To be honest, lads, and I genuinely mean this, where are the negatives? I can't see negatives here. I have a couple of concerns. And the only concerns I have is, will there be a potential degradation of the service levels we're currently getting right now by enabling PlayStation connectivity? That's the only concern. And, how do we substantiate that? Are the servers going to handle all these new, weather requests? Are the multiplayer servers going to handle it? Is your marketplace going to be able to handle it? They're the only concerns I have. And I think they're probably, they're not concerns. They'll be grand, Get it working on Xbox. It will work on PlayStation. Probably. That's the only issue I can see, is that they don't ramp up the servers. Yeah, that's the only thing I can see. Everything else, this is such a positive thing. There can be nothing negative about this. There hasn't been, half the team has been, trying to get this on PlayStation. It's API and GDK and all this other kind of mad stuff. And it's, as I said, it's stuff that has been coming into the sim since before last year. Go back and read it. You'll see there was GDK updates put into the sim. The last time I saw that, it was a different title and it went to PlayStation. It's the same kind of idea. The marketplace, financially, it makes sense because they have their Simverse coins, right? You're not buying through the marketplace. You're using the currency that you've bought somewhere else. We've seen that before in other games as well, right? What else could what else could there be like? To be fair, Murph, they weren't upfront in the pre-launch marketing for 24. They assured us everything would be fine until it wasn't. Yeah, I'll definitely take that point, Eamon. Like, I mean, when I was in Arizona and we got to test the sim, what we were looking at versus what was released, yeah, that was an issue. But, I mean, it still worked. Not for everyone, granted, but it still worked. Warts and all, as Pete used to say. Warts and all. 2024, I mean, I've pretty much used that sim since its release date, As I said, if they're going to launch the game and say, this is shagged, but it'll be fine. Yeah. No, again, that's why we haven't seen any further development. It's actually funny, if anything, you would, if you wanted to put on your tinfoil hat, you'd be saying to yourself, so hang on, it wasn't really about getting the platform fixed for the current user base. It was about getting the platform fixed and stable so you can give it to a brand new market. That's the only kind of tinfoil hat wearing conclusion one might have. If we wanted to grab our pitchforks and go, yeah, they don't care about us. Well, they don't really, but they really don't care about you, I still think this is awesome news. for everyone involved. Us, the users, developers, the team. Hopefully this is going to bring in more people, further develop it's great news, lads. You know? Am I done with 2020? No, not yet. As I said, like there's still issues present in 2024. WASM being one of them. You know, I'm happy enough tipping away on 2020 for some of the airliner flights. But it's getting close. It's getting close that, you know, I'll know 2020 is finished. You know? It's all terribly exciting. Mr. Anderson, very excited. Maybe this will finally get us some really good multiplayer performance and proper model matching. You just don't know. You just don't know. Like, I'm trying to remember the saying, but like, we have seen, unfortunately, time and time again, you know, defeat clutched from the jaws of victory. Right? When it comes to this sort of stuff, it's like, lads, how did that happen? Like, really? You allowed that to happen? Right? But people are people. The accessory market for PlayStation will blow up. Well, think of all the add-ons. Like, once the marketplace isn't full of, they need to fix their UI. They've loads of work to do with the sim right now. But like, if you go into the marketplace now, as I say, like the marketplace, it's clunky, it's not fast, it's not responsive, and like when you go in and you want to look at aircraft, you're spammed, right? You're spammed. M scenery. Scroll down. Nothing but friggin' M scenery. M scenery. And like, I'm not exaggerating here, lads. That's all M scenery. All of it. Oh, they're all on special price and it's a great deal. And like, someone's going to jump in and say, hey, holy crap, look, I can get a Hind. Yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to get a Hind. Wait, I can get like, oh, what the hell is that thing? Is it a flying rocket? Yeah, I want one of those. You know? Wait, I can get a Eurofire Typhoon. Oh, these are awesome. That is painful for me. But then again, if it's an arcade experience that you want, that's going to give you an arcade experience. It looks like it, you know? It looks like, how does that that pains me. But for someone who couldn't give a damn, they're going to be, yeah, let's grand. I don't care. I'd fly it in external, sure. I don't care what's on the inside. Sure, I only fly it from the external camera. I mean, that's where it's at, you know? Yeah, Stu, that's 100% it. But yeah, look, my library can never load. Does anyone else have this issue? You click on my library and it just like, it just stays. Oh, look, now you made a fool out of me because there are people here watching me. It loaded first time. But yes, it worked perfectly now. Look, why can't it do that when I'm on my own? Brilliant. Now the marketplace won't load though, look. The PlayStation community need to be warned. We don't need to warn. And again, like it's so as I said, it's huge news and it's so very positive. This is great news for our hobby, lads. It just is. It's great news for our hobby. Think about where we're going to be in, 2 or 3 years' time with a massive user base, right? Can you imagine how add-ons are going to evolve now by having all these extra markets? You could have, literally, you can start attracting, external AAA developers to manufacture add-ons for this platform. It could be huge. It could be huge. And not only that, this also makes the platform, the title Microsoft Flight Simulator, way more appealing to the real world aviation, be it the manufacturers, be it the systems. This is the flight simulator. They've access on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Boom. Huge, massive. It's accessible now. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I need to go to bed. We're up all night talking cool stuff, though. Could you imagine the money that MCNE will make, even if PlayStation even brings over 1 million more? Oh yeah, 100%. That's what I mean. I'd love to have a pint with him. I'd say now he's like, he's like the definition of a meme or something. But who am I and who is anyone? Who are we to say what you can and what you can't sell? It's up to us if you want to buy it. All I ask is, can I have a little filter there that I don't have to see all of the M Scenery products? Please and thanks.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe Microsoft can enforce, yeah, you can rent it first. you know what I mean? It is positive, but using past performance as an indicator of future performance, there are things to be concerned about. Yeah, I agree. Also, we can see new streamer entering our community. PlayStation 5 has Twitch integration for streaming. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can stream direct. I think you can do it on your Xbox as well, though. You know? Lads, it's great news for everyone. We're bringing more people into our hobby, be it pilots, developers, streamers, whatever. Like, more people gives us more choice. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's all part of. That's a good thing, you know? At the very least, I don't want to see anything 3 stars or less. Yeah. Server capacity is worth its weight in gold, so maybe the deal was done for server sharing. Could be, Mauser. Yeah, could be. I hope the good devs get a cut out of the PS money with new customers. They will. We already know who they're going to be. There is a filter for developers in the marketplace. If you go to the... Yeah, Dr. Notum, you can. But, like, that's after you go messing with things. So I can customize this, but it won't save my... I don't think it will save it. Will it save it? Hang on. That's the wrong button completely. So, creators. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I need to go into aircraft, then I need to go into creators. And then I need to... Like, there's no button here, select all, and then just untick one. You have to go the long way around it. As I say, this is clunky. This needs work. Their entire friggin' user interface needs a little bit of polish. Just a bit of polish, you know. It functions, it works, it just needs polish, you know. Why is it taking PMDG so long to switch over to 2024? 2024 is a different sim. It's a different sim, different platform, different rules, different LODs. That's where they're at, you know. Yeah, you can stream from Xbox. Yeah. I'd be curious if you have it on Xbox or PC and you end up getting it on PlayStation, if your purchases would carry over. Yeah, Gibbo was saying that as well, Mr. TBHI. I don't know how that would work without having a Microsoft gamer tag. You know what I mean? If you have a Microsoft gamer tag, well, then maybe that's one advantage. You can move your add-ons around different places, right? But yeah, I don't know. Potentially sales of PlayStations are going to go up from the FlightSim folks. Who's buying the... Now, come here. These are things you need to consider, right? Grand Theft Auto is coming out next year. Is that going to be a PlayStation first? Well, probably, right? Then it'll come to Xbox. Or maybe it'll go on Xbox and PlayStation. I don't know. Asobo did promise us an improved UI. They did. It is improved, seemingly. But like, I have fast internet. I don't like seeing all these spinning circles. I have a gig connection. That's more than fast enough. It should be more than fast enough. I don't like scrolling and seeing all these things loading and thinking about life. And I want it there. Like, it's like, where's the cache? So this is all loaded. If I scroll up and scroll down again, like, why are they all disappearing? Like, we've already looked at these. You know what I mean? It's going to be very interesting the next few months. It really is. And you know, it's coming, like, it's so soon as well. We're at the end of September. October, November, December. October, November. Friggin' 10 weeks. 10 weeks is all. And like, they're only opening up the beta now. That kind of tells me where things are at in terms of fixes, you know? I reckon GTA 6 would be PS5 and Xbox, or PlayStation and Xbox on the same day. Maybe. Mayday says, we all know FlightSim 24 is looking to hit the kids market with parents' credit cards and the PlayStation 5 move. I don't think that's the case. I mean, yeah, they're hitting the PlayStation market because they know there's like billions of dollars to be made. Of course, that's the case. But like, you know, it's look at the friggin' price of PlayStation 5 Pros, for instance. You know, little Johnny doesn't have one of those, you know. What GA playing add-ons do you recommend? Anything from these developers, in no particular order. iniBuilds, Just Flight, FS Reborn, A2A Simulations, Black Square. Did I say Just Flight? They're like straight off the bat. They're excellent. All of those developers make excellent general aviation aircraft. Very, very good. Very, very good. But yeah, listen, lads, this is great news. It's going to be interesting over the next couple of weeks. I can't wait to hear what Microsoft will be telling us about this. As I said, the only concerns or worries I have is purely from how are the multiplayer servers, you know, how's the infrastructure going to handle all of this? That's all. That's all. I imagine now if I were to drop an email to Jorg, he probably won't see it until next year because he's probably getting inundated with emails, you know. Hangar Studios as well. Sorry, yes, Jesus. But yeah, Hangar Studios as well. The American Scout is excellent. I do like the Decathlon as well. As the Cam Air is nice. They're all great. Do you know? Scott, you take it easy out there. We'll see you soon. Right, lads, it's 10 past midnight. I have to go to bed. We're back tomorrow, though. Live streaming in precisely 10 hours and 51 minutes. We're going to be taking the DC-6 out for flight in FlightSim 2024. We're going to ramble on to Anchorage in Alaska. Looking forward to that one. So, lads, thank you all so very, very much indeed for your support today. It's been a huge night. Level 7 friggin' hype trains. Absolutely bananas. Thank you very, very much indeed. And thanks for sharing the news as well. You know, we're on our way to PlayStation, right? And as Givo said, yeah, I'll have to acquire a PlayStation for scientific research, right? And that's a good news story as well. So we'll see you in the morning. Have an awesome evening or the rest of your day or night, and we'll see you in a couple of hours. So thank you all so very much indeed. We'll be chatting later. We'll go back into the Discord and be, you know, not for little ears conversations about developments of what's happening. Could you imagine? Oh no, he didn't. Right, go on, good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.